folks. Let me bring down my music a little bit here, make sure my volume's coming through straight. And hey, what's up, guys? We're creating role-playing games. My name's Phil Kearney. I illustrate books that I create. I publish them online. We're focusing our attention on Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We're creating content for D&D 5e2.4. We're converting the magic system in Dungeons & Dragons into the Magic the Gathering color magic paradigm. Magic the Gathering is the other major IP that Wizards of the Coast owns. Magic the Gathering, the world's most popular trading card game in the world. It has the color magic paradigm, which instead of 8 schools of magic, it has 5 colors. And instead of using spell slots, we have a mana pool that you spend spell points to cast spells. And the mechanical end of it is each point of mana is devoted to one of the colors in Magic the Gathering. And the spells are also devoted to colors. So as long as you have a color in your mana pool to cast that spell, to cast that color of magic, you can cast spells that are that color. And when you run out of that color in your mana pool, you can't cast that color magic anymore until you get mana back into your pool. So we first built this back in 2018 and published it on the DMsGuild. Here, let me peel some stuff apart here for you guys, just to open this up. And let me just say, if you find today's stuff fun, we're constantly building color mana mechanics for D&D. You could like, subscribe, hit the bell icon for notifications to get to get word when we're live again in the future. And let's see. So there's a few things that we're going to be using today. Here is the color mana paradigm, including the martial power system, which gives a mana resource to the martial characters as well as the casting characters, and gives you powers and feats that you can prepare so that you have a stack of mana and stack of prepared options that every class in the game uses the same basic system. So color magic becomes the foundation for all of the character classes inside of D&D. So, like I said, we had originally built this system out in 2018. Here is a link. These are now gold best sellers, so God bless you guys for being enthusiastic as I am about color magic. And here's the stack of books. They all have free previews, so this is the best place for you to start. These are all 2014 rules, and once we click over into 2026, we're going to be spending time here on stream Monday through Friday in the mornings, as well as we have game design on Mondays, Thursday nights, and Saturday mornings as well. We'll be doing game design for these books to rebuild them using 2024 rules, and I've ran multiple campaigns from level 1 to 20 using these mechanics since I created them. And they've only gotten better with 2024, so I'm really excited. I don't necessarily think that everything needs to be updated for 2024, but there's been so many just intrinsic changes to how classes operate in 2024 now, and have better resources that they can use, that this mana system, once converted, works really well with 2024. So I'm really excited to be taking the time to build out all these books again. But until then, the revised color mana spell list is the best place to start to understand how the color magic system works inside of the 5e game engine. This would work with 3e, it would work with Pathfinder 1 and 2, Starfinder. It could technically work with something like Shadow Dark that has a character progression system and has levels of magic that you attain, although the scaffolding would be different. The basic ideas of this are very, very simple in that instead of 8 schools of magic, we have 5 colors: white, blue, black, red, green. And if you're a Magic the Gathering enthusiast, you're already familiar with all this stuff. But for those that haven't dipped their feet into the pool of Magic, let me say again, the 5 aspects of Magic. These are things that kind of like describe what these different types of color do. As far as like game mechanics and narrative aesthetics, like what do these colors represent? Like we know necromancy represents undeath and like extending life artificially in the 8 schools of magic, but that would be like a black sort of feel of soul magic and controlling the bodies. But like white magic is divinity and healing and protection. Like green magic is like healing and spirits. See, like this crossover between spirit, soul, and divinity. They all kind of cross-connect with each other. So like healing is both present in white and green. This is all based off of the types of cards that are in the Magic the Gathering game devoted to each of these colors. So, and we also have damage types. There's 10 types of damage in Dungeons and Dragons, aside from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, which are just universal weapon damage types. The type of energy or elemental or magical damage that is inside of D&D game engine, there's 10 of them, and each, according to the cards of Magic the Gathering, this is basically how the colors break down with these types of energy. Ironically, or perhaps through divine intervention, there's we can easily arrange each color of magic to be connected or devoted to a specific type of damage. Cold is white, blue, and green. Force is white, blue, green. Like acid, for example, is so obviously black and green when you look at magic cards. Radiant damage is so obviously white when you look at magic cards. Necrotic damage is so obviously black. Poison is black and green. Like most of these are just logical, very intuitive crossovers. It makes it super easy for us to, we tie the aspects of magic to the damage type that a spell would do. And that allows us to, like Chilling Touch, for example, is necrotic damage, not cold damage. So Chill Touch is a black spell. Druidcraft, nature and elements and weather, it's a green spell. Firebolt, you're throwing fire at people, that's a red spell. Most of these things are really obvious. And since cantrips don't cost any mana, they just have an identity. They're devoted to that color, but that's just kind of a flavor thing. It doesn't actually cost you any mana from your mana pool. So if you're playing a loose narrative like Dominaria or Zendikar or Ixalan, where there aren't strong color identities associated with the fabric of the world, you can just be descriptive about it. Like I could be playing a Boros character that's more focused on white and red, but it wouldn't matter like if I decided to throw, like say, like a Minor Illusion, for example, is devoted to blue. But if it's a cantrip, then technically anyone could use it. So I could, instead of making it blue, like in Dominaria or Zendikar, I channel blue magic and I make this cantrip effect. But like a Boros character that's narratively only white and red, if they were to cast Minor Illusion, for them, since it doesn't cost any mana, it doesn't matter. But they aren't normally devoted to blue magic. White and red is not blue. So if you're being strict in your campaign about what colors you can use, then the Boros character couldn't create a Minor Illusion, but a Dimir character that's blue and black could. And you see how that kind of flows into the narrative. Azorius is all about truth and law and adhering to authoritarianism, while Dimir is about deception and literally illusion and creating false premise. So it's natural that Dimir's black-blue energy would have access to things like Minor Illusion, while like a Boros character of white and red wouldn't be creating illusions. I'm sorry, Azorius Senate is white and blue, so Azorius could have access to this as well, but they would be more along the lines of like being able to see through illusions. It's interesting. So once we actually get into mana, then we would be devoting points of mana to a specific color. So if I have 7 points in my mana pool, I could have, like in a Boros, like in a Ravnica campaign where color identity is everything, you pick 2 colors and that's who your character, that's how they align their guild, and that's how they represent how their character exists. So like a Boros character with white-red magic would obviously have access to Burning Hands, which is a red spell, but Dimir, for instance, which is white and Dimir is black and blue, wouldn't automatically be interested in casting something like Burning Hands. But regardless, the Boros character with red magic, or like the Azet character with red magic, or a Gruul with red magic, these burning magic, fire, these are obvious connections to these different guilds if you're familiar with the setting already. So it makes a lot of Ludo, it's a really good Ludo narrative mechanic. If I have red mana in my mana pool, when I spend a point of it, I now have 1 less point of red mana. So if I had 7 points in my mana pool, like 5 were blue and 2 were red, if I cast a Burning Hand spell at first level, I'm going to remove one of those. I'm going to expend one of those points of red mana. That would leave me with 6 points left in my pool, 5 white, 1 red. So if I wanted to say drop down here and cast Fireball, for instance, Fireball is a 3rd level spell, and Fireball is obviously it's a red spell because fire is red. So if I cast a Fireball, I now have to spend 3 mana. Only 1 point has to be red, and then the other 2 could be whatever colors I want. If I'm playing a Boros character with only white and red mana, right now the example is I now have 5 white mana and only 1 red mana left. I can throw that Fireball, it'll expend my last point of red, and I'll spend 2 points of white, so I now have 3 points of white left, and I'm out of red mana. So if I wanted to cast another Fireball spell, I can't until I take either a short or a long rest to change some of the mana in my mana pool to be red again. So like I have 3 points left right now. If I take a short rest, I could swap one of those points to red. So when I finish a short rest, I'd have just enough mana. 3 mana in my pool, 1 is red, 2 is white. I could cast the Fireball, and now I'm out of mana completely. And then I'd be limited to only casting cantrips at that point. So that's basically how the mechanic system works. And when we make this the core paradigm of how the classes operate, we can rebuild them to be themed around. We know we're going to have a mana pool. So like in 5e24, there's a lot of subclasses that get free castings of spells. If that spell is like the Archfey Warlock, for instance, has free castings of Misty Step. It's because I think, low-key, Wizards of the Coast is recognizing that spell slots is too limited of a resource if you want low-level characters to have access to repeatable magical effects. Cantrips are nice, but they're incredibly limited. Something like Misty Step, they want to give you a charisma modifier worth of free castings of Misty Step per day. That's to allow you to have a bunch of spell casting that aligns with the flavor of the subclass that you've chosen. But mana is so abundant that you don't really have to worry about, am I going to run out of first level spell slots or second level spell slots? You've got first level is only 1 mana, 5th level is 5 mana, second level spell is 2 mana. So as you ramp up your mana pool, the whole problem with spell points that's most often cited is how many spells you get of low levels with a mana pool. So when 5e24 goes and gives characters a whole bunch of free castings of a first level spell, what that's essentially saying is that you can use your mana pool to cast this spell that your character is narratively focused towards, and you have the mana pool to be able to cast it over and over again. So we don't need to give you free uses of a spell. We just have to give you access to that spell all the time. Don't put it on your bonus spell list so you can cast that spell anytime you want, and then tie kicker effects to casting that spell, which is what, say, the Archfey Warlock does. When you use a free casting of this spell, you can add all these kicker effects to it. Well, with such a huge mana pool, hold on, let's get down. Let's actually go down and look at full casters, for instance. Let's go up to, we're going to be working with the Bard and the Cleric today. So let's just talk about the Bard and the Cleric specifically. We're also going to be working on the Paladin and the Rogue. So there's the Faerun subclasses got released, and we're converting those Faerun subclasses into the color magic paradigm to make use of the mana mechanics that are abundant with these characters. So look at the Bard. By the time a Bard is 3rd level, you have 6 mana. You have 8 mana, which means you could have 8 castings of a 1st level spell, 4 castings of a 2nd level spell, or, we're only 3rd level, so we can only cast 2nd level spells. If you were to look at the player's handbook, you'll see that you get 2 spell slots of 2nd level and 4 spell slots of 1st level when you're a 3rd level Bard. That means 2 castings of 2nd level spell, which is 4 mana, and 4 castings of a 1st level spell, which is also 4 mana, 8 mana. So you can see here at low levels, we're actually balancing pretty well on how many spells you would normally be able to cast. But if you wanted to spam a 1st level spell 8 times per day, you can do that. That's what the flexibility of the mana of a mana pool is. By the time we get up to, like, say, 9th level spells, we've got 32 mana in our pool. A 5th level spell will cost 5 mana, while a 1st level spell still only costs 1 mana. So we have a lot of flexibility in our mana pool, and of course we get it all back on a long rest. So so if we're just using generic spell points with the 8 schools, this system works just fine. If we're using the color magic paradigm, where each point is going to be devoted to a specific color, now you have this huge pool of mana that you get to throw a whole bunch of magic around, but by devoting each point to a specific color, you're limiting the variety of spells that you can cast. You're intentionally limiting your spell casting flexibility to remain within the theme of the narrative of the character that you've chosen. Like a Rakdos Bard, which is black and red magic, is going to be casting black and red spells. But what if there's a spell that I want to have, like, say, what if I wanted to have access to Disguise Self as a Rakdos character? That's a blue spell, but I'm wielding black and red magic as a Rakdos character. I could either go to my guild hall and use their archives to spend time to research Disguise Self, so that when I finish that time spent on research, I can now convert that blue spell to be either black or red when I cast it. I could find a spell book or prayer beads somewhere as treasure in an adventure that already have Disguise Self converted into black. So now my character can just spend time incorporating that spell into their spell book, or using that prayer bead to meditate with. And when you finish that process, the bead expires or whatever, and now that spell has been that spell now for you will always be a black or a red spell instead of a blue spell, for instance. Then you could spend time researching, like in a library. If you're not at your guild, then you can spend gold like you would normally to research spells. And instead of learning a new spell, you're converting one spell to another color. This doesn't do anything to the spell mechanically other than allow you to change what color it is that you would cast when using that spell. So that's basically how the color mana system works. Obviously, there's a lot more into it that we didn't spend time looking at specifically here. I've got like 5 books in the series already. We're going to be merging the revised color mana system into the core mechanics. In the core mechanics, each spell is only devoted to one color. But as we continued playing campaigns using the system, my team and I, we found, having more flexibility in what colors it is that you can cast makes it easier for you to be more thematic with your color pool. So we opened it up to have more spells be available in different colors. And so we're going to integrate that revised color spell list into the core mechanics. We're going to update all the character classes. This link that we're using here, this is available as a read-only document to anyone that wants to read it. It's located right here, the Color Mana and Martial Powers playtest documents that we're using. My bundle is here. They all have free previews. Be welcome to check that stuff out. Let me pull this window out so we can get to work. So the Faerun, the new Heroes of Faerun book came out, and we want to spend time with that. We have that over here in the on D&D Beyond, all the subclasses. On previous episodes, we have already converted in episode 1, I think it was episode 1, we went through and converted, the subclasses for the Banneret. Let me fold that up. We already converted the Banneret in the first episode, and in the Winter Walker, I believe we did in the first episode. The second episode, we took care of the Spellfire Sorcerer and the Blade Singer, which was last Saturday. And so this Saturday, I'm going to attempt to knock out the College of the Moon for the Bard, the Knowledge Domain for the Cleric, the Oath of the Noble Genies with Paladin, and the Scion of the Three for Rogue. So we're going to look at how we've changed each of those classes, the base classes, to utilize the mana mechanics of the color magic paradigm. And then from there, how can we lean into that magic, lean into mana being our primary resource instead of spell slots. And because of the flexibility and robust pool of points that we get in a mana system, how we can change the class features and the subclass features to lean into that narrative, to make you use your mana for more creative things other than just casting a lot of spells. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. So We'll just start at the beginning, right? We'll go with Subclasses of the Moon. So we'll do the thank you, roll 20. We'll go with College of the Moon, and then we'll do the Druid. The Cleric Knowledge Domain, and then the Paladin Noble Genie, and then finally the Sign of the Three for the Rogue. So I'm going to peel out this window separately here. And again, this is just the Bard from 2024, but all of its class features and mechanics and options have been revised to make use of mana as your primary resource. And once this book publishes on the DMsGuild, all of this information will be available for you guys to look at as part of the free preview. And if you download it, of course, you're encouraging and supporting more of this behavior. If you want to check these books out right now, if you download them, you'll automatically be able to upload the revised version for 2024 once it's completed. This is a read-only document that's linked down below. You're welcome to read through it, but I'm the only one that's editing it. And once it's completed in editing, we'll be going through the process of page layouts and artwork for the book, which we do Monday through Friday in the morning. We're currently doing an Eberron adventure weekday mornings, Monday through Friday, and we got like maybe a month worth of book left to do, and then we'll be able to publish that on the DMsGuild as an Eberron adventure, and then that clears our plate Monday through Friday to start doing new artwork for other books. So if you think this stuff is cool and you want to catch more of it, be welcome, stick around, ask me anything. My Discord is linked down below as well, so you can jump in there and ask questions and be part of the playtests if you're interested. But before we look at the College of the Moon, let's walk through the scaffold of how the Bard works. Bardic die works like normal, D6, D8, D10, D12 from 1 to 15. Cantrips proceed the same. We still gain spell levels like usual, 1 at first, 2 at third, etc. The mana system allows us to make numbers out of stuff. So at 19th level, we get access to 10 mana, which means that we can upcast something with 10 points of mana. Or in the game, we only have one spell that is 10th level, and that's Wish. And in this format, a Wish could be used, anything that we could cast any spell lower levels, and we could make it. We could add Wish to the Bard's list as something that they would be able to cast at 10th level. So it costs 10 mana to cast it, and we've had other channels talk specifically about Wish, which we could get into the weeds in the future, but staying on course for now. Our list of prepared spells takes us to 23, and the total amount of mana that we have at 20th level is 80 points. If you add up all the spell levels of all the spell slots that a Bard gets at 20th level, they get 1/9, 1/8, 2/7, 2/6, 3/5, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 4 first level spells. If you add those all together, it's 89 spell points, or 89 levels worth of spells. So we actually drop the amount of mana that you get overall from level 1 to 20, because 40 is a really square number. 80 for a full caster, 40 for a half caster, 20 for the third casters like the Eldritch Knight, Arcane Trickster, and then the Sorcerer gets 100, because we add our 80 mana plus the 20 sorcery points that you'd have. That becomes 100 mana. So you've got 100, 80, 40, 20 mana spread across characters. Of course, the Monk gets 20 mana on a short rest over 20 levels, and so does the Warlock, gets 20 short rest mana over 20 levels, but also gets 40 points starting at 11th to 20th level. They get 40 points on a long rest, so they have 60 points. So we have 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 points of mana across the 5 different types of mana accumulation that the different types of classes and subclasses have. So that I really like the elegance of that, and it's really cool that worked out. Coincidentally, when the Artificer book becomes available to the common public plebes like myself that don't have a subscription to D&D Beyond, that book is going to be available for us starting on Tuesday, and so we'll begin converting we'll convert the base chassis of Artificer, which we already have in here, but we'll have the official printed rules of 2024, so we can update our assumptions about what 24 would be and convert to the official stuff, and then go through all the Artificer subclasses. And we'll be doing that next week once that book becomes available to us commoners. Again, we've converted all the class progression features for the Bard and all the subclasses into the color magic mana paradigm. So Bardic Inspiration and Spellcasting at first level, Expertise and Jack of all trades at second, our Bardic subclass at third. We get a Feat at fourth, Font of Inspiration at fifth, like usual. Counter Charm at 7, Expertise at 9, our Magical Secrets at 10. Subclassing features again, Superior Inspiration, Epic Boon. Where's the Creation at 20? There you go. So, if we're looking at the subclass features here, or the class features, Spellcasting, total cantrips, spells, mana are on the table above. You can swap one cantrip whenever you gain a level. We improved the preparation method for the Bard, the Sorcerer, the Scion, to be you can swap one spell when you finish a long rest, and you can swap all of them when you gain a level in Bard. So the Wizard, the Druid, and the Cleric, they can change. They can swap all their spells when they finish a long rest. Everyone else, as the game is as written in the rule book, everyone else can only change one spell when they gain a level, but that's not fast enough to maintain pace with the changes in the campaign. So we allow you, with this system, we allow you to change one spell per long rest, and then all of your spells when you finish when you gain a level. So casting a spell costs 1 mana per level, like we were just talking about. When using color mana, only 1 point of mana needs to be devoted to one of the colors of the spell. Any additional mana can be any other color, which we talked about, like with Fireball, for instance. 3 mana, only 1 point has to be red. The other 2 can be whatever you want. When you finish a short or long rest, you can swap colors for any amount of mana that remains in your pool, and which we already described, which is in the color mana books that we link below. Interesting note about Wizards now allows us to cast a normal spell as a magic action and another normal spell as a bonus action in the same round if that bonus spell that we cast doesn't cost a spell slot. And since everything in this system costs mana, we don't have, we can't, I don't want to give you free spells because you already have so many castings of the spell by spending your mana pool like normal, by just spamming low-level spells instead of spamming higher-level spells. So I don't want to give you free uses of a spell. So the way that these uses work now is like whenever you cast that spell at all, you get this benefit. So like the Fey Warlock, for instance, throwing a Misty Step for 1 mana can do a crap load of Misty Steps, and you get all these kicker effects when you do it. You're now heavily incentivized to spend that 1 point of mana instead of 2 to cast Misty Step because it's so cheap for you to do it and there's so many kicker effects. It's a good use of your mana pool. So the narrative is encouraging us to expend our resources instead of what 5e24 was forced to do, was give you free resources that don't actually expend your spell slots because they're so limited on how many first and second level spell slots there are. They have to give you free uses, or they have to change how spell slots work. And so they're not going to change spell slots because of their the anchor of legacy. They can't get rid of it. We don't have that worry. As couture designers and third-party content producers, we aren't bound to do that. So we can do whatever we want. So when we create the color magic paradigm, we can use color mana, obviously spell points, and make it 1 point to 1. Super simple ratios. Works incredibly well. So since we always have to spend mana to cast a spell, we don't get the benefit of when you cast a spell without using a spell slot, you can do that as a bonus action even if you've already cast a spell as a magic action. Now we just let you do it freely. You can always cast a bonus action spell when you cast a normal spell, except for the Sorcerer. If the Sorcerer takes a spell that would normally be a magic action and casts it as a bonus action, it's still the only spell that you can cast during your turn unless it's a cantrip. So that's exactly how the Sorcerer works right now anyway, but we're not constraining anyone else to it. So instead, we're making the exception. Currently, the system is holding up the Sorcerer. If the Sorcerer didn't have Quicken Spell, Wizards wouldn't have to use that language about limiting you to one casting. Unless you don't spend a spell slot, you can still cast the spell. You can only spend one spell slot during your turn is essentially what they're saying. they wouldn't have to do that. They could get rid of all that language if they would just silo, unless you're a sorcerer and you can only spend mana once per turn on a bonus spell like this. Like that would be the easy solution, which is the solution that we came up with. It was very easily written, and it simplifies the game, and it opens up the bandwidth, because the only bonus spells that exist inside the game are either triggered by an attack action, so you can't use a magic action and a bonus action in the same round, like the Paladin's Spite spells, the Ranger AoE spell effects off of bow shots, for instance. These are examples of that. Make an attack action, expend your bonus action to kicker that attack action. That's how most of the bonus actions in the game work. The other spells that are bonus actions are defense spells, like, Spiritual Weapon is an exception, but you have to use your bonus action to attack with that weapon each turn, so it's not really allowing you to cast multiple spells, it's allowing you to create a weapon that you can then use your bonus action to attack with. So that's already siloing your bonus action by using Spiritual Weapon, but like Misty Step, Absorb Elements, I think. There's a couple other defense style spells that are either designed to get you out of harm way or to give you defenses against damage. These are all defense buffs. There's very little, like I said, other than the Ranger and the Paladin, there's really no combat spells that you cast as a bonus action. So having that bonus action silo doesn't really matter at all in 5e. It was just a way for them to simplify. I honestly don't know. They made that rule specifically to limit the sorcerer from casting 2 fireballs in the same turn. But the thief rogue could use a scroll, could cast fireball twice in the same turn. So even in that paradigm, they already have rules that break it. So they're disintegrating the necessity for that rule, and we're just simplifying it. So allowing us to use actions and bonus actions to cast spells in the same turn just gives us a little bit more flexibility and a little less cognitive load when we're actually processing our turns. Then we have Bardic Inspiration, which is, again, bards are famous for their inspiration dice, so not many changes here. You gain an inspiration die, it's a d6. At higher levels, it increases to a d8 at 4, d10 at 10, and d12 at 15. You have a number of Bardic Inspiration dice equal to your Charisma modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. When you use a Bardic Inspiration point, you can use it as a bonus action to give a Bard die to somebody within 60 feet for them to spend it whenever they want to, however they please, when they're making a d20 test. When the character fails a d20 test, you can roll the die. They can roll the die for inspiration and add that number to the result, potentially change a failure into a success. We also keep the Unearthed Arcana experimental idea of a reaction. So when we have Bardic Inspiration dice ourselves and we haven't distributed them already, when somebody within 60 feet of me fails a d20 test, I can then use my reaction to roll the die and add that to effect. If they have a die themselves, they don't have to spend any action in combat, they can just spend the die. If they don't currently carry any dice and I have some on hand, I can spend my reaction to trigger that Bard effect myself. And when it comes back around to my round again, I could then use my bonus action to give them a Bard inspiration point so I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's just a little added level of flexibility. It really helps improve the quality of the game. Reaction, yeah. Okay, so expertise, same as usual. You gain expertise in 2 skill proficiencies of your choice. The Jack of all trades is if you aren't proficient in a skill, you get half your proficiency bonus. Basically, anytime you make an ability check, if there's no proficiency that qualifies, you can add half the proficiency bonus, which would be a +1 at level 2. Bardic subclass stays the same, 3, 6, 14. I really think that they should have a level 10 in here, but I'm not. When I build my own 5e game engine, I will make sure everybody has the 3, 6, 10, 14 paradigm. But I'm not changing. I'm trying to minimize the changes necessary to make this system work with 5e as written, so that so we're only changing the things that need to be changed, so it still feels as much like 5e that you're used to as it can, while incorporating the mana system as your core resource mechanic. So we do need to make changes, but only the changes necessary to make the game play properly. So feats, again, like normal, 4, 8, 16, 10, 12, 16. Level 5, Font of Inspiration. You now regain all expended uses of inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. And in addition, we can expend 2 points of mana to regain 1 expended use of Bardic Inspiration, and you can expend 1 Bardic Inspiration die to regain 2 points of mana. No action required. So, inspiration is mana, mana is inspiration. If you now regain, and you can expend 2 mana, no action required. In addition, you can expend 2 points of mana to regain 1 mana, double space. To regain 1 expended use of Bardic Inspiration, you can expend 1 Bardic Inspiration to regain 2 mana. No action required. So if I'm out of Inspiration and I want to flick a reaction, Bardic Inspiration, onto a character that's making a D20 test, that's an ally, I can just spend 2 points of mana and I can just give them at level 5, a D6, a D8 of Inspiration. So basically, at 5th level, a D8 worth of D20 modifiers is worth 2 mana. At 17th level, those 2 mana will now be worth a D12 worth of modifier for D12 for a D20 test. So you can take your entire mana pool of your bard and just hold on to it, so that you can expend Bardic Inspiration. You know what I should do is, hold on, let's check into here. Superior, we're a creation. Counter Charm, Font of Inspiration, Counter Charm. I'm just checking through things here. You can give 1 when your action fails. When a creature within 60 feet of yourself, including when you, it should read when you, or a creature within 60 feet of yourself who you can see fails. So now, whenever I fail a test, I can spend my reaction to give myself a D20, a Bardic Inspiration die. So that's something that isn't handed out a lot, but it really goes a long way to making the Bard just excellent at doing at tests. Because you can expend your entire mana pool 2 points at a time to give yourself a Bardic Inspiration die kicker to any D20 test that you do at that point. Counter Charm 7th, 30 feet, fails a saving throw. That's my 20-minute timer to make sure I stay on point. Expertise, we gain 2 more skill proficiencies. Magical Secrets, whenever you gain a Bard level, including this level, you can choose to prepare a number of spells equal to the max spell level gained as a Bard from the Cleric, Druid, and Wizard spell list instead of the Bard list. These count as Bard spells towards you. I think it's supposed to be choose 1. Hold on. Dismiss. Beyond. Let's go look. I believe it's per class. Or rather, you choose 1. So let's go verify that. Go into our classes here. Go down to Bard. And let's go to features. Whenever you reach a Bard level, including this level, and the prepared spell number of Bard features table listed, you choose any of the new spells from the Bard, Cleric, Druid, and Wizard spell list, and the chosen spells count as Bard levels. In addition, oh no, it's all of them. Holy Hannah. Whenever you gain a Bard level, including this one, you can choose to prepare a number of spells equal to the max level spell. You can choose to prepare spells from the Bard, Cleric, Druid, and Wizard spell list instead of you can choose to prepare spells from the right as a Bard. That is correct language. as a bard from the Bard, Cleric, and Druid spell list. These count as bard spells for you. Okay, great. That's good language. Superior Inspiration. When you roll initiative, you regain 2 Bardic Inspiration dice. That's basically 4 points of free mana. You can convert those. You can convert those Bardic Inspiration points into mana if you want to. Epic Boon at 19, and then 20. You always have the Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill spells prepared. You can cast either spell. You can target a second creature with it if that creature is within 10 feet of the first target. There you go. So that's the basic scaffold for how the Bard works, and using that as our frame of reference, we can then dive into the specifics. And today we're dealing with the College of the Moon, which is a Faerun subclass. Let's take a look. We built this previously when the UA was around, but let's take a look and see how it has changed in Faerun. I haven't looked at this at all yet, honestly. So we're going to look at it together. They get. I don't know why Bard doesn't get bonus spells. It is a way to guarantee that you're staying with spells on the Bard list. Even though at 10th level you could go all Cleric spells if you wanted to, this still gives you a set of bonus Bard spells that remain flavor and thematic to your character. I disagree with them having gotten rid of the subclass spells, and I don't see any features in any subclasses inside of any of the full classers that explain why they wouldn't get bonus spells on top of it. I don't know if there is a strong reason. No one has described it yet. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. Just to be universal, I give all subclasses 10 bonus spells. So 3, 5, 9. 3, 5, 7, 9, that's the typical array for getting first and second, third, fourth, and then fifth level spells. So, College of the Moon, these were subclass spells that had been originally, I believe, assigned in the UA. So we have Bane, False Life, Misty Step, and Bane and False Life are first level, Misty Step and Moonbeam second level, Non-Detection, Summon Fae third level, Death Ward and Font of Moonlight fourth level, Legend Lore, and Mislead fifth level. So the subclass features that we actually get, let's see how they read. Moon. Okay, so we've had changes here. Moon's Inspiration and Blessing of Moonlight. Oh, this has changed a lot. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, it doesn't look like these things are. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of these because it doesn't look like any of them exist anymore. And hold on. Tales of Folklife. Inspired Eclipse. Nope, none of these things exist. So I can go ahead and scrap all of this, and we're going to replace it. So hold on real quick. Just going to go through here and edit this all out, and then we're just going to rebuild it from scratch. We're also going to have to build the Noble Genie from scratch for the Paladin later on today as well. So, okay, cool. So here we are. Moon's Inspiration. Let's grab this. Wait. Yeah. Moon's Inspiration. How do you work? I'm going to grab this block of text. And let's go to our notepad. And let's look through it. So we're going to, I'm going to just basically pick this up, copy it again, and drop it into our section. And now we can start rebuilding. So Inspired Eclipse is going to be bold. And Lunar Vitality is going to be bold. The primal ever-changing power of the moon flows through you, granting you following benefits. You gain the following. I don't like including flavor text. Hey, Steve, how you doing, my guy? You gain the following benefits. Inspired Eclipse. When you take a bonus action to give a creature a Bardic Inspiration die, you can have the invisible condition and teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see as part of that bonus action. The invisibility lasts until the start of your next turn and ends immediately after you make an attack roll, deal damage, or cast a spell. Okay, that works. That already works with the system we have. It doesn't change. I love it. Lunar Vitality, once per turn when you restore hit points to a creature with a spell, which is possible because we have False Life built into the character. Again, we didn't have, I don't think. Yeah, you don't get bonus spells anymore, so there's no guarantee. If you don't choose False Life, this isn't going to be very useful for you. So I think it's important that we actually have a list of prepared spells to automatically give you access to the stuff that your features are built off of. Like, we have to be able to have a spell that grants temporary hit points for this feature to make any sense at all. So Lunar Vitality needs False Life in your bonus spell list, says I. Once per turn, when you restore hit points to a creature with a spell, you can expend a Bardic Inspiration die and increase the amount of hit points restored by a number equal to the roll of the Bardic Inspiration die. I love that. The creature's speed also increases by 10 feet until the end of its next turn. Love that. That's great. I don't see any reason to change it. It's fantastic as written. Other third level is Primal Lore. I bet this actually is the druidic feat that we had, but here. Copy. Let's go to our lop and we'll copy this. I do this for formatting. The notepad removes all formatting, and then we can drop in new form. We can drop it in with our default formatting here without getting in the way. You learn Druidic and one cantrip from the Druid spell list. It counts as a Bard spell for you and doesn't count against the number of cantrips you know. Whenever you gain a Bard level, you can replace this cantrip with another cantrip of your choice from the Druid spell list. Cool. No need to change there. It totally jives with everything that we've done. Let's see. Level 6, Blessing of Moonlight. And again, we've given ourselves the Fount of Moonlight and the Moonbeam spells, so we have Moonlight stuff in our character class built in. That is the strength of having bonus spell lists. It creates flavor, a default flavor, because you always have access to these spells. I think that's actually a really important mechanic. And when everyone's using a mana system, everyone can have a default prepared list that they always have access to. Again, it's just good flavor and a mechanical benefit of your subclass. You always have the Moonbeam spell prepared. Duh. When you see now, they could have just given us a bonus spell list and have that, but we see these exceptions occasionally. So that's interesting. We're going to go down here. We're going to copy that, paste. We're going to modify this for sure. Copy, paste. When you cast Moonbeam, you can modify the spell so that you glow faintly while the spell is active. While glowing, you shed dim light out to 5 feet, and whenever a creature fails its saving throw against the effects of this Moonbeam, another creature of your choice that you can see within 60 feet of yourself regains D4 hit points. When you cast Moonbeam, you can modify the spells that you glow. Once you use this feature to modify and cast a Moonbeam, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. We like to give you additional reasons to expend your mana. This is a 6th level spell. And Moonbeam is a 2nd level spell. It's whenever it takes damage, we get to heal somebody. We're going to make that, it's 2d4. That's half of what you would get from the Cure Wounds. 1st level casting is 2d8. So this is literally half of that. So once you use this feature, but you have to maintain concentration on Moonbeam, so that means you can do it multiple times. Alternatively, you can expend 2 mana. It's 2 mana, so yeah, you can expend 2 mana to regain. Alternatively, you can expend 2 mana to regain it as well. That's not the proper language that we should use. No action required. Or we can word it like this. Until you finish a long rest. Or expend 2 mana. The cost of Bardic Inspiration is 2 mana. It costs 2 mana to regain use of this. You could effectively convert, no action, convert a Bardic Inspiration die into 2 mana, and then no action required. Take those 2 extra mana you just got to regain use of Blessing of Moonlight. So when you cast Blessing of Moonlight, you can expend the use of Bardic Inspiration to gain this ability to heal other people around you. There you go. Good use of resources, good narrative. It ties together really nicely. Cheers. 14. Eventide's Splendor. Let's grab that block. Copy, paste, cut, paste. He becomes fused with the Might of the Moon. Moon's Inspiration. Blessing of Moonlight. Your Moon's Inspiration in the following ways. Shadow of the New Moon. Let's go with. Boop. And then Vibrance of the Full Moon. Boop. When you use Inspired Eclipse. Inspired Eclipse. When you take a bonus action to give a creature Bardic Inspiration die. When you use Inspired Eclipse, the creature who received the Bardic Inspiration die can also have the invisible condition and immediately take a reaction to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space it can see. The creature remains invisible until the start of its next turn. That's awesome. Vibrance of the Full Moon. When you use Lunar Vitality here, which is when you restore hit points, you can expend Bardic Inspiration die to add additional hit points. So when you use that healing effect, you can roll D6 and use the number rolled in place of expending a Bardic Inspiration. Oh, you just automatically get a D6. Well, that's cool. Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. You would also, at 14th level, you'd be rolling a D8, and then at 15th level, it becomes it's a D10 right now. And at 15th level, it becomes a D12. So if you don't want to spend any mana, it's a D6. If you want to spend 2 mana or a Bardic Inspiration die, it's a D12 at 15th level. So that's actually a really good game. I'm really, really happy with mechanical balance in that, and those are good numbers. Having a free D6, that's something that we already have incorporated in the game that characters as early as first level could be able to make use of. So I'm thrilled with that. That works out really well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I mean that's very simple. And again, looking at, we wanted to retain the bonus list of spells that they got because every character deserves 10 bonus spells. So Bane, False Life at first, Misty Step and Moonbeam at second, Non-Detection and Summon Fae at third, Death Ward and Font of Moonlight at fifth, fourth level spells at seventh, fifth level spells Legend Lore Mislead at ninth level. These are all incredibly on point with the idea of the shadow of the new moon and the vibrance of the full moon and what the character is just capable of doing in general. I think this is just a really good kit. This mana system that we have just leans in a little bit further to let you do more of what it is that you already want to do by assigning point values that you can expend from your mana pool. So I'm really happy with that. I'm thrilled with this. So let's go ahead and scratch the Bard College of Noon off of our list. There's nothing specifically here that we have to do with color identity. And here's the thing: when you take, it's not. Why does it say Valor Bard? I'm in the wrong list. Hold on, where am I at? Where am I? This is not my beautiful wife. There you go, Calls to the Moon. Bonus spells like this can be cast with any color. So if you're playing a Rakdos Bard College of the Moon that is devoted to only black and red mana, when you cast, Bane would be black mana, False Life would likely be black mana. We can go look at the list. I'm not 100% Sure, let's go look at it. Bane is 3rd level. Again, this is the revised color magic spell list that we have linked in the MTG book set down below. All have free previews. Bane, hold on. Bane is 1st level. There we go. Bane, yeah, black. It's a curse. Curses are generally black. False Life, also 1st level spell. Probably white and green. Black. Why are you black? Hold on. Let's go look at that spell description. That surprised me. It's a necromancy spell. That's why, because necromancy spells typically default to being black. You gain 5 additional hit points. Right. That's why we made it black. We might revise that to include green as well. Haven't made a ruling on that yet. For now, I'm okay with False Life being black. I like the narrative of that. Misty Step and Moonbeam. Teleportation is typically a white and blue effect. Let's see if that is true. White and blue. Moonbeam, that's probably going to be, I'm going to guess that's going to be white, and because I think it deals radiant damage, so it'd be white and green most likely. Moonbeam, white and green. Non-detection is a warding effect and an illusion. It's probably white-blue. Let's see if that remains true. Yeah, or rather, if I am right. White, because it's warding. Okay, I can see that. I could see me expanding that out to blue. We can always, when you buy these books, you get a spreadsheet that you can edit. So if you disagree with the color choice, you can erase the blue and add green if you want it, or whatever. You can customize the list to each character as well. Summon Fae, that should probably be blue and green. Let's see if that's accurate. Oh, that's right. This is the 2014 version. Let's crack open. Let's see. Where are you? What's it? Powers, crystals, font, SCE. There's a bunch of powers. I don't have it readily available. I suspect it's blue and green. Death Ward, 4th level. White and black makes sense. Font of Moonlight. I don't think that's a 4th level spell. Hold on. Nope, that's a new 2024 spell. It will probably be white and green. Legend Lore should be blue. Yep, and Mislead would also be blue. Blue and black. That makes sense. So this is a large list of what appears to be white, black, blue, and green magic in general. That's a really wide. That would spread your mana pool very thin. If I were playing a Rakdos character, Bane, False Life, Death Ward, and Mislead would be the only spells on the list that I would naturally be able to get access to. But as bonus spells, I could cast them in whatever color I wanted. A Selesnya College of the Moon Bard, which is devoted to white and green magic, can also cast all these spells using either white or green mana. Like that Bane spell could be cast as a green magic instead of a black. Because my character is devoted to green and white, I'm going to use green and white mana. So these bonus spells I get from the moon can be cast as green and white. There you go. But there's nothing else happening inside of here that requires a specific color. So once you decide the colors of your character based on either the guild in Ravnica, the college in Strixhaven, or the god that you are devoted to in Theros, those establish your color identities. But like in Dominaria, Zendikar, Ixalan, Kalashtar, it's not Kalashtar. What is it called? It's Kala. There's Kaldheim, and I can never remember the Artificer world. It's Kaladesh. Thank you. And Kaladesh, like they don't have any specific color identities. Like Alara has like the five factions, like white, black, green. So like those characters would have those 3 colors available to them. But like in the Zendikar campaign, when your characters open up to all colors, you're choosing which colors do you want to focus on, or you're choosing your spell list and then choosing how much of each color you want to have in your mana pool until you take your next rest, short or long. And then when you take your next rest, when you finish that rest, you can change the color of your pool to use the type of spells that you want. And again, these bonus spells can always use any color that's available to you because they are your bonus spells. So yeah, that's basically how those mechanics work. So now we're going to look at the cleric. What time is it? 10:30? Oh, we're doing great. At this rate, we should be fine. So similarly, we're going to go through the features of the cleric, and then we're going to look at the subclass specifically for the knowledge domain. So again, using the system, we have a long rest that we're gaining mana. We have 2 mana at first level, similar to casting 2 first level spells. By 3rd level, we have 8 mana, which is 2 castings of a 2nd level spell and 4 castings of a 1st level spell. So that balances out. At 5th level, we've got 16 mana, which could be 5 3rd level spells if we wanted, or it could be 16 1st level spells, 8 2nd level spells, any mix in there between. A lot of flexibility, 8 spells known, 3 cantrips that we have. At 5th level, 4 cantrips, 3 spells. We have 2 channel divinities at, say, 5th level. We eventually get 4, so at 20th level, we get our 23 spells. We're going to get our 10 bonus spells. We're going to get 80 mana, and we're going to have 6 cantrips, and we're going to have 4 uses of channel divinity. So, Divine Order, choose one of, we have spell casting like usual. We have Divine Order, which is choose one. You're either Protector, which is you gain proficiency in martial weapons and heavy armor, or Thaumaturge. You have the extra cantrip from the cleric spell list. In addition, when you gain a bonus to your intelligence, arcana, or religion checks equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum +1. Spell casting, this is exactly the same as the Bard, except that whenever you finish a long rest, you can swap all of your prepared spells. Again, we can cast spells with the bonus action and magic action in the same turn. No restrictions, except for the sorcerer can't do that with their quicken spell feature that nullifies it. DMsGuild here. Channel Divinity. So you can channel, this changes, you can channel divine energy to cause different magical effects. All clerics start with 2 effects, Divine Spark and Turn Undead, which are described in the player's handbook. Other clerics features give additional channel divinity effect options. Each time you use channel divinity, choose which effect to create. You can use this feature twice. You regain 1 of its expended uses when you finish a short rest, and you can regain 1 use by expending 2 points of mana. Same thing as the Bardic Inspiration. It's worth 2 mana. No action required. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. You gain additional uses when you gain levels as listed in the Channel Divinity column of the Cleric progression table above. If a Channel Divinity effect requires a saving throw, the DC is equal to your spellcasting DC. So this allows us, if you have a Channel Divinity feature that works well for you, like if you had say a Channel Divinity feature that gives you a +10 to your attack roll, like a attack roll. I think there's one that does that in there. I could use my entire mana pool to just spend on channeling divinity. So instead of me being a spellcaster, I now just channel divinity in mass quantities, becoming not a spellcaster, but just a channeler of divine energy. You see how that change works? You can do that with the Bard as well. Expand your entire mana pool to get 40 uses of Bardic Inspiration a day if I wanted. Similarly, I could blow my entire mana pool at 20th level to get 40 uses of Channel Divinity. And depending on what my subclass is, that could be incredibly handy. Better so than using spells in some instances. We're opening up the flexibility of what you can do with your character class because mana is such a flexible resource. And we'll look into that more later, but let's see. Yeah, we described those things in the player's handbook. So let's go back to here. Let's go back to our class list. Let's queue up the cleric. Thank you. To make sure we have this on tap. And let's look at what the Channel Divinity features do, just to remind ourselves. Shan't we? Divine Spark. Here we go. As a magic action, you point your holy symbol at another creature. You can see 30 feet of focus, divine energy. Roll a d8 and add your wisdom modifier to either restore hit points to the creature equal to the total, or force the creature to make a constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it takes necrotic or radiant damage equal to that total. A successful save, the creature takes half as much damage right on down. You roll an additional d8 when you reach cleric level 7, 13, and 18. This is basically a cantrip. This is a cantrip that's going to cost you a resource. So it's a 30-foot reach. There you go. Divine Spark. As a magic action, I can expend 2 mana, and at 18th level, I can expend 2 mana to roll 4d8 worth of radiant or necrotic damage as I please. Turn undead. Holy symbol saving throw is either frightened or it has the frightened and incapacitated condition for 1 minute. It tries to for that duration. It tries to move as far away from you. If the creature fails for 1 minute for that duration, it tries to move away. The effect ends early. If it's incapacitated, hold on. Incapacitated. You have the incapacitated condition. You experience the following effects: inactive. You can't take actions, bonus actions, or reactions. No concentration. Your concentration breaks. Surprised. Initial roll. Incapacitated. No longer. That's right. Incapacitated no longer takes away, does not end movement. You can still move. So the creature is going to try to move away from you. For 1 minute, for that duration, it tries to move as far away from you as it can on its turn. The effect ends early on the creature if it takes any damage, if you have the incapacitated condition, or if you die. Okay, cool. So those are our base feature uses. Let's see. Knowledge domain. And then, okay, so subclass features at 3, 6, 17. 4 feats, 4, 8, 12, 16. 5th level Seer Undead. Whenever you use Turn Undead, expend a use of your Channel Divinity or expend 2 mana, either way. Roll a number of d8s equal to the amount of mana expended this way, up to the maximum spell level gained as a cleric. So whenever you use Turn Undead, you can expend mana to roll a number of d8s equal to the amount of mana expended this way, which would be 2 mana if I'm using the Channel Divinity feature, but it could be, like at 5th level, it could be 3 mana. And add the rolls together. Each undead that fails its saving throw against that use of Turn Undead takes radiant damage equal to the rolls total, and half as much if you succeed. It's basically a ramped use of the Turn Undead of the Spark of Divinity. It's just a more aggressive form of it. Blessed Strikes. Choose one of the following. Okay, see, whenever you use Turn Undead, you can expend mana. Channel Divinity counts as 2 mana. Cool. Blessed Strike. Divine Strike. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll with your weapon, you can cause the target to take an extra d8 necrotic or radiant damage automatically. And if it's an undead, if you hit a creature with attack roll. Okay. And then potent spellcasting, add your wisdom modifier to the damage of your cantrips. 10, Divine Intervention. As a magic action, choose any cleric spell up to 5th level or lower that doesn't require a reaction to cast. As part of the same action, you cast that spell without expending mana or needing material components. You can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. That's Divine Intervention. As a magic action, choose any cleric spell, a level 5 or lower, that doesn't require a reaction. So you don't even have it prepared. It's just literally any cleric spell. I like that. It shouldn't cost any mana to do that. I'm good with it. Improved Bless, 14th level. Choose one of the following features, Divine Strike. The extra damage is now 2d8 instead of d8, or when you cast a cantrip, deal damage, you can give yourself or another creature within 60 feet a number of temporary hit points equal to twice your wisdom modifier, minimum +2. Cool. Epic Boon, no change. Greater Divine Intervention. You can cast Wish as a 10th level spell, as detailed in the color mana spell points, without expending mana. You regain this feature after 2d4 days. If you use this feature to make an Epic Wish, mana is sacrificed as usual. The Epic Wish, hold on, let's take a quick tangent and go look at Epic Wish. Let's see, it's in the color mana spell list, so let me drop down here. Hey guys, how you guys doing? Let's drop down here to the color list of our color mana books, and then let's look in the Warlock book. Warlock has access to this. So we'll pop open the preview. It's the full book. I don't charge you money to look at my book. I let you look at my entire book. All my books, any book that I've published, you can look at all of it, cover to cover. You buy the book to encourage me to make another one. So I give you the book to read, because just getting people to read your content as a third-party plebe like me, it's hard enough just to get people to look at stuff. So here's the full book. If you think it has value, it's cheap. Buy it, it'll encourage me to make more books like this. God bless you if you do. But let's look at the color mana. Let's look at High Magic and 10th level spells. Epic Wish, here we go. Epic Wish as a class feature. This is basically what we were just describing. You can do that. You can cast Wish for free once every 2d4 days. But if you want to make an Epic Wish, it said it'll cost you mana like usual. So at 20th level, you're up, and this is for the Warlock, but the Wizard can do this, the Sorcerer can do this, the Bard can do this, the Druid can do this. Any full caster that takes 20 levels in a single class, they all get access to this at 20th level. As an action, cast Wish, which will cost you 10 mana. To open an Eldritch Channel to your otherworldly patron, state your wish, being as descriptive as necessary to convey your intent. If the DM rules the wish is appropriate for the campaign and your patron's goals, the wish is assigned a unique Arcanum spell point cost in addition to the Arcanum spell point spent casting the spell. So it's going to cost you at least 10 mana because you spent 10 on Wish. And it could cost you additional mana depending on what you are attempting to do and what the DM believes the cost of being able to do it should be. These additional Arcanum spell points are permanently sacrificed. To have the Arcanum spell points are permanently sacrificed to have your wish come true as intended. You aren't obligated to accept the cost, but if you do, the sacrifice can't be prevented by any means for the wish to take effect. If you refuse the final cost, the spell is wasted, and you recover the spent Arcanum spell points when you finish your next long rest as usual. For example, a Warlock of an Archfey patron could wish that the center of all forests in the world are a gate to the Feywild. Your DM may decide this is worth 20 Arcanum points in total. Your wish would be granted, but you permanently lose 20 spell points. The same wish to a great old one patron may instead cost 40 Arcanum. An infernal patron may deny the wish altogether because they aren't thematic to what this patron is. Similarly with your god, if we're looking at the knowledge domain, that god might make. I can permanently use legend lore if I spend an hour of time with any object. I just automatically get to cast it for free. Granted, I mean it's a ritual, so instead let's make it as a magic action. I can cast legend lore and know whatever it is I need about whatever I'm holding. It'll cost me 10 points minimum to make that active, and that might be enough. The DM's like, yeah, 20th level. If you get rid of 10 out of your 80 points, you can always use legend lore whenever you're looking at something. As a magic action, you can legend lore. That might be worth it. Or if it were to be something like, I want to, my epic wish is to hide whether something is magical enough to put a permanent cloaking field on everything magical in the game. I don't want anyone to be able to tell it's magical unless they cast legend lore. And your knowledge domain god might deny that because you are restricting knowledge from people. It doesn't want the god. Maybe your perspective of the god of knowledge isn't maybe it is to propagate and make knowledge as spread as possible. An evil knowledge god might want to gatekeep knowledge, so that god might grant that wish. They might charge you 20 mana permanently to make all magic obscured, and then the 10 mana that you got to legend lore, because you have to cast legend lore to identify if something's magic, you can now do it for free. So like your evil knowledge god might be really into that idea, and now you've permanently changed the entire game world to do that. If the DM agrees that's a great idea for your campaign, it happens without a glitch. That's the intent of it, is to avoid DM fuckery with your wish by making that fuckery known up front. The DM's like, this will work the way that you want it to. I'm going to charge you 50 mana to do it. I now only have 30 mana as a 20th level character to cast 9th level spells, which cost 9 mana a pop, for instance. Like, that would be crippling. But you have the flexibility of being able to add anything you want, like permanizing haste, for instance, never ending unless it gets dispelled. And then it will reactivate the next turn, the turn that I'm stunned. So like that might be that's a 3rd level spell. Maybe that would cost 15 mana. So the 10 that you use with the wish plus another 5, you permanently lose 15 out of your 80 mana, but you permanently have haste active. That'll automatically reactivate itself. And what the hell? Just as a character cost, we get rid of the stun effect if it gets dispelled. You spent 15 out of your 80 mana, it's worth it. Like, these are ways that you can customize your character. And it's a very open-ended, like, one of the examples that we have in one of the books is like a 20th level druid wants the spirits of earth to crush Minzo Baranzan, just destroy the entire city. And it might cost you 80 mana out of your 80 mana to do that. You can now no longer cast magic, but you have destroyed the heart of Drow civilization, for instance. You could change your if your DM agrees, if that has like been your druid's goal from level 1 to 20, now that you're 20th level and you're standing there at the doorstep of House Merrill, I'm going to drop the nuke and I'm going to destroy this entire city in one divine blessing, for instance. That's what you would call a campaign capper, but it works. It's a way for your characters to have a massive effect on the campaign, to their narrative and whatever price they're willing to pay for. And if you're retiring your character at 20th level, why not just dump all 80 mana to make it so? To cue wish yourself into making your world whatever you need. So that's the basic structure of how the cleric works using this color mana system, or just this spell point system. The color mana is just an add-on. And again, each subclass is going to have 10 subclass spells plus features. The subclass spells that you get can be cast in any color that you have. Hold on real quick. I saw that. Thank you. Burning Hands, Fairy Fire, Scorching Ray, See Invisible. Just doing some quick corrections here as we go through. Let's drop down to Faerun, Knowledge Domain, Command, Comprehend Languages, Detect Magic, Detect Thoughts, Identify Mind. You're getting a lot of fucking magic, son. Is that accurate? Let's verify. Where are we at? Knowledge Domain. And up here in the Knowledge Domain, what spells do we get? Command, Comprehend Languages, Detect Magic. What's with the asterisk? Spell of the Divination School, sure. Detect Thoughts, Identify, Mind Spike. Yeah, okay, this all jives. 5, Dispel Magic, Non-Detection, Tongues. Why are you getting so many spells, my guy? Arcane Eye, Banishment, Confusion, Legend, Lore, Scry, and Synaptic Static. Okay, those haven't changed. Blessings of Knowledge, Mind Magic, Unfettered Magic, Knowledge Domain spells, Blessings of Knowledge. That's a proficiency thing. 3, 6, 17. Okay, cool. So we got new stuff. Let's go ahead and just erase all these things, and we'll swap them out with whatever is new. Give me a hot second here to delete these. I am totally fine with just erasing and replacing. And we have 2 third-level features, apparently. So is that true? We got the Blessings of Knowledge, the spells, and then Mind Magic as well. Mind Magic, Blessings of Knowledge. All right, let's zoom in a little bit more. My blind eyes. All right, Blessings of Knowledge. You gain proficiency in 1 type of artisan tools of your choice and 2 of the following skills. You have expertise in these 2 skills. Jeebus. Christo. This guy is just loaded. You gain proficiency in 1 of the artisan tools of your choice and in 2 of the following skills. Arcana, History, Knowledge, Nature. Arcana, History, Nature, Religion, and you have expertise in those 2 skills. Holy shit, that's great. Mind Magic. I'm going to just grab this. Yeah, Channel Divinity feature, of course. Paste. Cut. Paste. As a magic action, you can expend 1 use of your Channel Divinity to manifest your magical knowledge. Choose 1 spell from the Divination School on the Knowledge Domain spell list that you have prepared. As part of that action, you cast that spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. Indicated with an asterisk above. You can cast that spell. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Okay, we can change this. As a magic action, you can spend 1 use of your Channel Divinity to manifest. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. No, this makes sense. So instead of them building out a structure of like you get these spells, bump, 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 we're going to do Comprehend Languages, Detect Magic, Identify, Tongues, Legend Lore. Is that correct? Probably. Oh, Scrying, right. Arcane Eye, Jesus, Arcane Eye as well. Holy Hannah, that's great. Tongues. Identify, Detect Thoughts, Detect Magic, Comprehend Languages. I'm not giving you Mind Spike. Mind Spike's a damaging spell. I'm going to restrict that. I don't think that should be asterisked. Call me stodgy. I don't mind. Holy Hannah, but I love that. Okay, so that now explains why we have so many spells. Because of how they're using the Channel Divinity. We can gain Channel Divinity with 2 mana. That is true. So we can cast Scrying and Legend Lore and Arcane Eyes and Tongues. These are all 3rd, 4th, 5th level spells. We can now cast them for 2 mana. I'm totally fine with that. Having the extra spells on the list, that actually makes sense for future reference if I want to abuse that feature for other classes as well. I like how that gets structured. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. 6, Unfettered Mind. Great. Unfettered Mind. Telepathy, additional, gain intelligence saving throw. Nice. Additional, you gain proficiency in intelligence saving throws. If you already have this proficiency, you instead gain saving throws proficient in one. I'm not going to be putting these in the books that we publish on the DMsGuild. We're just going to go with the 4 the prime subclasses that are included with the book, but I'll probably end up publishing these on my Patreon for free as fan content with free access, just as a kicker for folks to have access to, just to have them out there. Or I'll make a free pay what you want book out of it, like color subclasses of Faerun, maybe something like that, just to give you guys something free. Either way, one or the other, maybe both. But yeah, that's simple enough, so we'll just leave that one at that. Weird. Okay, so level 17, what do you got? Divine Foreknowledge. Oh, cool. I'll go Divine Foreknowledge, and then we'll do the Paladin next. We're going to be using the martial powers system for the Paladin instead of spell casting. So strap in. This one's going to be a lot. But let's finish up Divine Foreknowledge before we get into it. As a bonus action, you magically expand your mind to the future. For 1 hour, you have advantage on D20 tests. Oh, this is the Foresight spell, but as a spell effect. I fucking love this. This is great. Cut. Paste. As a bonus action, you magically expand your mind to the future. For 1 hour, you have advantage on D20 tests. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You can also restore this by expending 6 mana. No action required. Wasn't that easy? Okay, cool. So that's the knowledge. This is a great subclass. I would happily take this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 taken subclasses. Okay, cool. So that's the cleric in a nutshell. Kudos, we got through it. I'm gonna take a sip of water. All right, we're now going to begin martial powers. We're going to work with the Paladin and the Rogue. We have 2 subclasses to go. We have the Oath of the Noble Genie, and we have the Scion of the Three. The Martial Powers Project. Now, the Paladin's already a half-caster, so it already exists as a half-caster in the color mana books that we've published. A half-caster with a long rest has 40 mana at 20th level instead of 80 mana as a full caster, which we talked about at the beginning of this session. So if you want to go back and look at the beginning of it, we walk basically through the basic premise of how color magic works with spellcasting. The martial power system is a means of giving the martial classes a mana pool as well. So all classes in D&D use the same mana resource, so that if you're playing a MTG campaign, Ravnica, Strixhaven, Theros, or like New Capenna, or Zendikar, or Dominaria, or Kaladesh, or Kaldheim, whatever, Ixalan, whatever your flavor is, Bloombarrow, fucking awesome little furry characters, it's so cool. You could use any of those worlds, and all the characters will have the same mana resource, they just use it differently. So in the color mana spell point variant rules that's focusing on spellcasters, the half-casters remain half-casters with a long rest resource. 40 mana over 20 levels. It's still 1 mana for first level, 5 mana for 5th level, 2, 3, 4 in between. The martial power system converts everybody into a short rest mana system, similar to the Warlock, gaining 1 spell point per level from 1 to 20, gaining all that back on a short or long rest, and the Monk getting key from level 1 through 20, 1 to 20 points, regaining those on a short rest as well. So using the martial power system, this will affect the Barbarian, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, and we have options for the Artificer and the Warlock. When the Artificer is published for plebes that don't pay for a subscription to D&D Beyond, we'll finally get access to the Artificer. So next week, we're going to, or rather probably Tuesday lunchtime, we're going to dive into the Artificer. We already have the Artificer built down below. with what the UA was, but we'll have the official rules for the Artificer. And for those that are interested, we're going to do some, or basically, I'll spoil it, we're going to build the Artificer to work like the Warlock. So that we start off with short rest mana 1 through 20, and then at 11th level, we're going to start getting long rest mana on top of it. The Warlock starts with 6 long rest mana at 11th level and ends with 40 of it at 20th level. So at 20th level, I have 20 short rest mana and 40 long rest mana. So my mana pool, when I finish a long rest, I have 60 mana total. I can expend the long rest mana to cast my short rest spells. Level 1 to 5 is Pact Magic or Common Magic, level 1 to 5. My Warlock can use the short rest Pact mana to cast spells level 1 to 5, and has to use Arcanum points or a long rest mana starting at 11th level on 6th level spells. I start with 6 at 11th level to cast 1 6th level spell. And at 13th level, hold on, it might be open. We were looking at it a minute ago. Let's just go take a look at it again real quick. Hold on. Color mana system. Yeah, we'll just pluck it up here. Just fixing my screens, hold on. Point Warlocks. Here we go. We're going to rebuild this book for 2024 as well, including all the subclasses, so stay tuned for that. We originally had, in the DMG 2014, there was the DMG spell points, which are stupid spell points, to make it clumsy and difficult, so people don't ask, why aren't we just using spell points? I think they made it clumsy on purpose. A first level spell costs 2 points, according to the DMG 2014. A first level spell costs 2 spell points, and a 9th level spell costs 13 spell points. Anyone ever wonder why a 9th level spell is only 6.5 times more expensive than a first level spell? It's kind of dumb, in my opinion. It's just, they made it needlessly complicated on purpose. And now in 2024, they're recanting and giving us free castings of first and second level spells because they know that spell slots are too expensive for what they want the game to do. So instead, we have the Universal Spell Point and Color Magic system, where a first level spell costs 1 point, a 9th or 10th level spell costs 9 and 10 points mana, and the only 10th level spell is Wish, but you can always upcast to 10th level spell slot 10 mana to like supercharge your Fireball if you want. So here's how our mana progression works. Pact mana can cast up to 5th level spells, 1 to 20, 20 at 20th, and then again we get access to Mystic Arcanum at 11th level, so a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and then of course the 10th level spell slot and access to Epic Magic. The Epic Wish at 20th level, we actually get just the Wish spell at 19th level. The only 10th level spell that now exists in the game is Wish, appropriately enough. So at 11th level, when we get access to 6th level spells, we get 6 mana. At 7 plus 6 is 13, so at 13th level, we get 13 mana. 8th level plus 7th level plus 6th level is 21 mana, so we get 21 mana at 15th level. 17th level, 9, 8, 7, 6, we get 30, 21. See, 30 mana is 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 is 30. If you're not using the 10th level spell slots in your game, you don't have to. If that were the case, then cap your mana at 30. If you're using all the tools in the toolbox that we provide for you with this mana system that we've developed, then at 20th level, you'll have 40 mana, so you can cast all the spells that you need. 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. And you'll have, at 20th level, you can cast one of each, and you'll be completely expended. You can't use your Pact Magic, your short rest magic, to cast any magic of level 6 or higher. Paladins can't, Rangers can't, Artificers can't. None of the short rest mana classes in the martial power system that get mana on a short rest can cast 6th level spells. That was some of the synergistic joy of creating the system, is that similarly, a Warlock can use their short rest mana, can't cast spells higher than 5th level. If you want to cast high magic, it has to be with long rest mana. The Warlock doesn't get long rest mana until 11th level, when they gain access to 6th level spells. See how that works? Effectively, you could convert a cleric into the Warlock chassis if you wanted, going with the same progression of short rest mana. Like if you're using Gritty Realism, I recommend converting all of your full casters to the Warlock Scaffold so that all casters, when they take a short rest at the end of each night, they regain, like if we're all working like with fifth level, like a fifth level party, your fifth level casters will get 5 mana back every time they take a short rest. And then on a weekly basis or during a Bastion turn, they get their long rest mana back, and that won't matter until you're 11th level or higher. So that's my recommendation. It works incredibly well using Gritty Realism with mana. It's a super great way to do it. But if you stick on the daily long rest, then having this pack mana limit is really useful. Up to 5th level spells at 9th level, of course, casting 1 point per level of mana. So at 10th level, you can cast 2 5th level spells, and that's it. But you can cast 10 first level spells. You're not limited. The pack mana isn't forced to cast the highest spell level with your 2 spell slots. Instead, it's you have a stack of mana, and each level costs that same amount of mana. So a 3rd level spell always costs 3 mana. I can cast that as a 3rd level spell. I'm not forced to cast it as a 5th level spell with one of my 2 spell slots. I can cast it. I have 10 mana at 10th level or 9 mana at 9th level. I can cast Fireball 3 times. There you go. Or whatever. Artificer is going to work similarly. That's going to be our rebuild when we get to it. So I just thought I'd spoil that for you. So on Tuesday, we're going to have a special session at lunchtime. We're going to walk through the new scaffold of the Artificer. So if you think this stuff is cool, like and subscribe. And then next Saturday, we're going to go through the subclasses, the Artificer subclasses, and rebuild all of those using the mana system. We already have them in this document. We've already been playing with them previously, but we're going to see the official rules on Tuesday. And now we'll know how to officially convert it over. We also have our Spelljammer subclasses. We have the Siege Engineer Artificer. We'll be able to update that accordingly as well. So we'll start that process on Tuesday and maybe finish it on Saturday, and if not, then Monday night. So stick around with us. We'll be doing that on Monday night this week. We're going to continue working on our mecha kaiju mechanics for Spelljammer. Characters running around in big robots fighting giant creatures in an Eberron orbital Spelljammer campaign. We're building that campaign to playtest Bastion mechanics and mecha kaiju mechanics. So if you think that stuff is cool, catch me on Monday night and Thursday next week as well. So yeah, I think I've kind of rambled on a little bit about structured scaffolding, but let's talk about martial powers specifically, because the Barbarian, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Artificer, and Warlock can all use this martial power system instead of the spell point system that we developed for full casters. Again, with the intent of having all 14 classes using the same type of mana system as their core resource for building their characters. This allows us to multi-class a little bit more succinctly. If you have like 5 levels of Fighter and 5 levels of Wizard as a 10th level Gish class, you're going to get 5 mana on a short rest from your Fighter. And what were we seeing? Hold on, where did we go? Let's dive back into the full power casters. That's the Rogue. Keep going, Kearney. Big document. Again, all these are for you guys down in the link below. It's read-only for now, but once it's published on the DMsGuild like you were seeing, it's going to be full preview. Let's get through all this. Come on. Just keep climbing. Here we go. 5th level full caster gets 16 mana. So I'd have 5 mana from Fighter 5, Bard or Wizard, whatever 5. It's going to have 5 short rest mana and 16 long rest mana, a total of 21 mana in the mana pool at 10th level. Every time I take a short rest, I'll get 5 back. If we're using the long rest, if we're using the Gritty Realism that I just mentioned, where you're only getting 1 long rest per 7 days, I would then also recommend that the Bard here at 5th level would also get 5 mana back. So 5 mana from our Fighter. On a short rest, you get 5 mana for the Bard. So our 10th level character would get 10 mana back on a short rest. See how that works out? your character level is the amount of short rest mana that you always get back. And then the Bard, when you take a long rest, would get all 16 mana back. And of course your fighter gets the 5 mana, so you're back up to your full 21 mana. See how that works? Really nice. So it makes multi-classing a lot more intelligent, or a lot more intuitive for the Spellcat. You just add up your mana. Very, very easy to do. So let's actually, where am I at? Here we are. Oh yeah. Okay. So how does martial powers work? Mana is on a short rest, like a monk, or the pack mana of a ranger that we of the warlock that we just looked at. We have a power die, which is similar to the bardic inspiration die, or martial arts die, or battle master die. It starts with a D6 at first level. It's a D8 at 9th level. It's a D10 at 17th level. Notice how that doesn't overshadow the bard inspiration die, capping at D12 at 15. It doesn't overshadow the monk's martial art die, which is a D12 at 17. It doesn't overshadow the superiority die of the battle master, which is also a D12, I think at 17th level. So this is a generic universal inspiration battle martial arts die that all characters can make use of, that we hinge a lot of the powers that you can prepare as a martial character. It's inspired by the Book of Nine Swords from 3rd edition. I was a huge enthusiast of the Book of Nine Swords. That was, I believe, the last major splat book that Wizards created before beginning production of 4th edition. So it was, many say, a precursor to what we would later see in 4th edition powers for martial characters. But what it did was it gave every character in the game a mana spell point system. Like the Scion had a spell point system. There's a spell point conversion in one of the like Tome of Magic or something like that. One of the splat books had a spell point conversion for full casters and half casters. So we saw a means at that point in 3rd edition of every character using a mana system. That's what got me interested in building spell point systems in the first place. So once they created Ravnica in 2016 and they didn't do anything with color, I was like, surely they're going to build a color mana system, because prior to 5th edition and 3rd edition, whenever they made a new paradigm, they would create a class, feats, spells, magic items, prestige classes, and monsters that would use that new paradigm or that new power structure. So I thought, well, if Wizards is Wizards, and they are, then they'll probably create a color mana system for Ravnica, and they didn't. And then Strixhaven and Theros, they didn't. And in 2018, I was like, well, if they're not making this, then someone's got to, and I know how, so I'm going to do it. So that's what got me started on building all this stuff, which is why I published the books back in 2018, to get that conversation started. And I've ran a number of campaigns with it since, just to make sure that it works the way that I want to. We've had a number of changes, which is why we have so many splat books in this bundle. But it's all, if you buy the whole thing, it's like 35% off. So I mean, if you think it's cool, just pick up whatever you want. Get all the free books. If you want to pick up all the free books, it'll drop the cost from 27 down to, like, I want to say 20. It really drops the cost a lot. But you're welcome to check that stuff out as you please. But we're gonna, if you do buy all these books, we're gonna update all of them for 2025, and we're gonna start that process probably in January or February. Very, very early 2026, we're gonna roll over and start rebuilding all of these books. The Elemental Key book is for people that are interested in air, in the bender, the elemental benders, air, earth, fire, and water. But we also have the magic system of blue, green, and red magic for the elements. So we have both paradigms in here. I'm probably going to end up building a 5th edition book on ttrpg using these mana mechanic ideas specifically for the elements, the 4 elements instead of 5 colors. And that probably won't be until 2028. It will probably be when I'm able to get around to it. But if we have enough people that are interested in this design work, then I'll be able to build a Kickstarter and be able to make sure it gets funded correctly because of folks that are interested in these mechanics. So we'll see if that's where fate takes me or not. But that's the plan. So we have our power die, D6, D8, D10, that modifies the type of powers. Like, we're going to deal extra damage. It's going to be spend extra points of mana to deal extra power dice, adding it to the damage that you deal. Or if we're modifying like a Bardic Inspiration die, if we're modifying D20 tests, I spend a point of mana, I can add a D6. At 9th level, I spend a point of mana, I can add a D8. At 17th level, I spend a point of mana, I can add a D10. But like at 17th level, I can spend 5 mana and roll 5 D10. I don't add those up to my D20 damage. I'd add that up to my damage, like a smite, like a 5th level smite. I just add up the damage, and there you go. But for D20 tests, that blows the bounded accuracy curve out of the water. DC's cap at 30 in 5e, so you don't have a difficulty higher than 30. So if I'm going to add 5d10, I'm going to ignore the DC 30 and be miraculous all the time. That doesn't work. So what we do instead is, if you want to spend 5 mana, rolling 5 10-sided dice, you're going to keep the best result. So often you don't need to spend more than 2 dice to get something that's 5 or better, halfway there or more. The more you have to do well, the more mana you're going to want to spend to help make sure you roll high, but it stays in an accuracy curve. As a caveat to these rules, if I spent 5 points of mana to roll D10, and I spent a Bardic Inspiration die of D12, and I had a Blessing spell on me, so I had an extra D4, I would roll the D4, the D12, and all 5 D10 dice, and of all those dice, I'd keep the best result. So if I'm spending mana to boost my own D20 test, I'm often not going to want to use the Bardic Inspiration die that was given to me. But if I have a bard in the party, I don't need to focus on spending mana to gain bonuses to my D20 test. I just keep getting more inspiration from my bard to give me that use for free, because the bard already spent 2 mana giving me that Bardic Inspiration die himself. See how that works? The bard has up to 80 mana at 20th level, 40 Bardic Inspiration dice on top of your Charisma bonus per short rest. So I'd get 5 per short rest because of my 20 Charisma, and 40 inspiration worth of mana each day that I can just, on a long rest, I can give away to people. So my bard can become a D20 test boost spammer. Not casting magic at all if I don't want to, giving you on bonus action, or using my reaction to do it for you. Just spend a Bardic Inspiration die, and it'll cost me 2 mana from the bard for every Bardic Inspiration die. While our martial characters only have to spend 1 mana per inspiration die that they use, and they can stack them up and only make use of 1 at a time. So it's using similar mechanics in a different way than what the bard would. So the bard is still unique in its ability to add flex to other people, but martial characters could be self-funded with their own boosts, being self-reliant, which is very much part of the martial fantasy of being able to go at it all day with their short rest mana and being able to be self-reliant, being able to do these buffs onto themselves. The number of prepared powers that we have. Powers, by the way, include masteries and fighting styles, because you can prepare feats with this system. When you prepare a feat, you don't gain the ability point bonus, but you don't have a prerequisite either. So you could take, like at 5th level, you have access to 8 powers. You could have like 3 masteries and like Sentinel feat and Polearm master and Great Weapon master and Slasher feat. That's 4. And then I could have like, say, 3 feats, 3 weapon masteries, and then like, say, 2-handed weapon fighting style. That's my 8 prepared powers. And then when I finish a long rest, I can swap one of them. When I gain a level, I can swap all of them. And again, these feats don't give me any bonus stats, but if I, like, say, take Sentinel at 4th level as my actual feat, yeah, I get the +1 to my dexterity or whatever, but I could prepare that as a feat on my prepared list and use my 4th, 8th, my 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 19. 19 is going to be epic boon. So our 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, I can use all those to actually gain stats because I can prepare my feats instead of burning my precious feat slots. I can use my feats to gain stats because my martial character is going to get bigger, tougher, stronger, faster, smarter, because I can spend all my feat usage on prepared feats. And there is a robust list of like 50 feats that we have linked down below. So that's the basic chassis. We have 5 different types of powers that expend mana. Exploits modify die rolls like a bardic inspiration dice sort of thing. It modifies action, instead of using a bonus action to drink a potion. If I have an exploit and I expend a point of mana, I can drink that potion as an item interaction, for example, instead of a bonus action. Like that'd be an exploit. I can add a power die to my ability check. That would be an example of an exploit. Maneuvers can be like battle master maneuvers, but also like spell-like abilities like levitating and stuff like that. Those are generally referred to as maneuvers. They expend mana, and they can be triggered as a magic action or as a bonus action. You can do them both in the same turn. You can use the same power multiple times during the same turn if you wanted to. Reactions are triggered by various circumstances. Something happens that you could react to, spend some mana, do the thing. Strikes are like Paladin Smite powers. When you hit somebody, without expending action economy, you can dump mana in to deal more damage, like a 2014 Paladin could. The big difference here for 2014 and 2024 with the Paladin is we retain the ability to smite on every attack, but if you use your bonus action, you can add extra damage. So like you would normally only be able to spend, like, say, a 17th level Paladin could spend 5 points of mana to add 5 dice of smite damage. But if I use my bonus action on top of it, starting at 2nd level, I can deal an extra d8. So if I spend 1 mana, if I spend 1 mana and my bonus action, I'll do 2d8 damage, just like a 2nd level Paladin casting Divine Smite would spend 1 spell slot, or 1 mana. 1 mana deals 2d8 damage. 2 mana, 3d8 damage. 4 mana, 5d8 damage. See how that works? It's exactly the same. We're just shuffling the action economy around, and we're still allowing you to do one spell, every attack you can spend mana on. So you have that advantage. Keeping the best of both worlds, I guess, is the best way of putting that. And then sustained powers are like self-buffing concentration effects, but you don't have to maintain concentration on them, and you can stack them. So if you are 17th level, you have 5 ranks of casting, or you can channel up to 5 mana at a time. That means you can channel up to 5 ranks worth of sustained powers, like 5 first rank powers, or a 3rd rank power and a 2nd rank power, or like a 4th rank power and a 1st rank power. Any combination at 17th level up to 5. You can combine all those things together to customize the buffs that you put on your character. And a lot of the subclasses have unique buffs that you can add to them. They're all listed in here. It's all in here. It's just read only right now. So once we actually have all this stuff completed, and we're really far down the pipe on playtesting, so I'm really confident in most of the stuff that's in here. There might be a few stragglers laying around out there that we'll need to test a little bit more. But for the most part, this is a really, really solid system that we've been testing well over a year now at all tiers of play, and it's really, really getting to be solid. Temporary mana. Some things that you can do generates temporary, kind of like temporary hit points. Temporary mana is bonus mana that your character gets that stays with you until the beginning of your next turn. And you can gain temporary mana most often by sacrificing actions. So you can sacrifice your attack actions. When you take the attack action, every attack that you sacrifice gets a point of bonus mana. So an 11th level fighter with 3 attacks, if I hit with my first attack, I could expend both of my additional attacks. My 2nd and 3rd attack, I could sacrifice those to generate 2 free points of mana that I could then pump into my first attack to deal 2 extra dice of damage. And at 11th level, those are going to be d8s. So if my 11th level fighter, if I hit with an attack, I could sacrifice my 2 extra attacks to get 2 free points of mana to put into that strike. So like, say I hit with a polearm, I'm going to do, like, say, a glaive, d10, and then automatically for free an extra 2d8 on top of that, plus whatever else it is that I'm doing. If I sacrifice my bonus action, the amount of temporary mana I get at 1st level is 1, 9th 2, 17th 3. So like for example, the Paladin, a 5th level Paladin can expend 5 mana, and my bonus action when I smite, I'll get 5 dice off of the 5 mana that I spent. And because my Paladin also expended my bonus action, I get an extra 3 mana that I can dump in on top. That's 8 mana total that I can spend. It'd be 8d10 worth of smite damage, which is the same as like what a Sorkadin could do, like a 17 a 17 sorcerer 3rd level paladin could put 10d8 damage into their 9th level spell slot as a sorcerer. Well, with this system, a 17th level paladin that expends his bonus action plus 5 mana from your pool could do 8d10. Sorkadin 17, 10d8, 17th level paladin 8d10. See? And now, if you don't have 17 levels in paladin, you can't do that. So if you have a 3rd level paladin and a 17th level sorcerer in this system, your 17th level sorcerer is going to give you 85 mana. Your 3rd level paladin is going to give you 3 mana, but you can only channel 1st rank powers as a paladin. So that means you can't ever spend more than 1 mana at a time at 3rd level plus your bonus action. So your Sorkadin with 88 mana could do 88 castings, or 88 could spend 88 mana to deal 2d8 damage 88 times over the course of the day, but you would not be able to throw 9 mana to do 10 dice of damage because you're only 3rd level as a paladin. So now if you want to be really good at smiting, you don't go paladin to warlock or whatever else 18. No, you stay paladin 17 and then maybe dip Sorkadin for like sorcerer for 3 levels or something. If you want to be good at smiting, you have to stay in the paladin class. And that's one of the cool things that the paladin gets, which we're going to be looking at the noble genie here in a minute. If you expend your reaction, you get a point. So doing this, starting at level 1, you can expend your bonus action and your reaction to generate 2 mana for your character that at 1st level only has 1 mana. So your character can literally spam powers all day. Like again, the maneuvers can be cast with a you can channel maneuvers as a magic action or a bonus action. So if I sacrifice my bonus action, I've just generated 1 free point of mana that I can then use my magic action to use that maneuver, and I can literally do that every round. This sacrificing your action economy, generating temporary mana with empowered actions only works during combat. Out of combat, you actually have to use your mana pool. So martial characters can stay low burn constant mana usage by expending action economy during their turn and keep their mana pool stowed away so that when you're out of combat, you continue using mana to boost your ability checks and make like different type of movement stuff and different type of perception things. You can use your mana pool outside of combat to do social and exploration things while you're using action economy to generate free mana for you to do things in combat. So you can literally, like Captain America says, I can do this all day because as long as I'm in combat, I can keep generating free mana by expending my action economy. The higher level I get, the more mana I can generate to do more cool stuff or to do more big level stuff or a shitload of low level stuff. You see how that works? It just depends on how you want to build your character, which allows for a ton of customization. And we have all the powers actually listed out here in the game. Here's all the rules, like the spell casting rules for the power system for channeling powers. It's an alternate parallel magic system. Full casters don't get any powers. Marshals don't get any spell casting. Paladins, Rangers, and Artificers and Warlocks get both channeling and spell casting. You split, like if you have 5 spells that you can prepare at this level as a Paladin, I can choose spells or powers in between both of them. So the half-casters are actual true gishes in this system now, including the Warlock. A true gish that can have as much spell casting or power channeling powers as you want. You can use your mana on both of them and the cost is the same. Here's all of our disciplines for exploits. There's 21 exploits that expend mana. There's a total of 126 powers that utilize mana, and then we have 72 cantrip effects, like feats don't cost mana, alternate damage types don't cost mana, weapon masteries don't cost mana. But we'll look at each of these powers as we get into the subclass selection for the paladin. So, having walked through all that stuff, let's go back to the paladin. Actually, let's take this list here to the power list that we'll be looking at for the bonus powers that the paladin gets. We'll keep those out of the way. We'll go back here. We'll stream through this. I'll look at these powers later, but let's kick on down to the paladin. We'll go through the list of powers that the paladin gets, and then we'll build out the noble genie, and then we'll go to the rogue, build out the look at the rogue's features, and then look at the scion of the three. So anybody that's new to the channel, God bless you for sticking around and taking a look at this stuff. Third-party content creators like me, it takes a lot to be able to lift. And I love building these mechanics. I love painting. I started off as a freelance painter in the RPG industry, and as the world globalized and I was competing against people, I live in Seattle, one of the most expensive cities to live in, and I'm competing against people that have like that require an eighth of my income to live. They can offer similar artwork as I can at half the cost and make out like kings. I didn't want to move to one of these countries, so instead what I started to do is when 5th edition came out, I was like, well, I can make books for this. In 3rd edition, I needed to make books because they were releasing 2 splat books per month in 3E. There was so much content coming out. No one at our table ever felt like we needed to make our own homebrew content because all you got to do is wait a month, and there's going to be another 200 pages worth of cool shit for us to make character builds out of, using raw mechanics. So we didn't have to really explore it. But once they stopped making 3rd edition content, that's when I started getting interested in homebrewing. And then once 5th edition came out, I was like, I've got a lot of ideas here we can actually build into books. And if I make those books, I can illustrate my own books. So now I don't get paid for artwork unless I accept a commission occasionally. But normally, the money I get paid for artwork is from people buying the books. So I design a book, I do the layouts for the book, I'll often hire an editor to edit the book, and then I'll do the layouts, and then I'll actually lay in the artwork into the book. Like most of the books that I build that you have on DMsGuild, there's like, it's all me except for the editing. It's all me. So you can look at, if you want to look at that list of books down there, you'll see a bunch of my art and my ideas. Maybe some of them resonate with what you think. So let's get through these monks and actually get into the scaffold of the paladin. And you can see here that all the, like these are all monk subclasses, like Way of the Long Death. You can see I get 10 powers instead of 10 spells, right? Every character now gets bonus spells based on the level of class that they're advancing right now. So once we get, there we go, paladin. So instead of having a long, and you could have long rest mana if you wanted to, but you wouldn't be using the power system. The power system uses short rest and balances that short rest with the action economy, sacrificing your actions to generate temporary mana as part of the balancing factor against full casters, using short rest as a half caster plus generating free mana in combat. That balances the full casters against the long casters' heavy pool. It actually works out really well. So, class features, all the base class features. Here's your power die system that we showed up above. D6 at 1, D8 at 9, D10 at 17. Max rank of power is the half casting progression. 1 at 5, 1 at 1, 2 at 5, 3 at 9, 4 at 11, 5 at 17. The number of prepared powers that we get, and again, this is going to include weapon masteries and fighting styles and spell casting. So, and we can change 1 per day, 1 per long rest, and if you're doing gritty realism, it would be every time you sleep. When you wake up, you can change one power, whether it's a short rest or a long rest. Whenever you finish an 8-hour sleep, you can swap one of your prepared powers for a new one. And whenever a paladin gains a level, you can swap all of your powers for new powers. And then the amount of mana you get, short rest, just like the monk, 1 per level, maxing at 20 at 20th level. Number of prepared powers caps at 15 at 20th level. That's the same as what the paladin and the ranger and the artificer can basically do right now anyway. I think the warlock as well. Yeah, so there you go. And then of course max rank. Yeah, so that's our scaffold, right? And cantrips can be prepared from these prepared powers lists as well. So channeling, starting at first level, you gain the channeling class feature, which uses either your strength, dexterity, or charisma as your channeling score, your choice. Channeling DC is 8 plus proficiency bonus plus ability modifier. So we've rebuilt the paladin not to use charisma for everything, but to use their channeling stat. So if I have a strength built channeler for a paladin, my all of my spell casting and everything is going to be triggered off of my strength bonus, not my charisma bonus. If I plan on multi-classing into a Sorkadin, then yeah, maybe I want to have my charisma be my top stat. That way I can lean into all the charisma bonus for my sorcerer spellcasting to use the same charisma stat. That's my choice. If I'm going to single class as a paladin, strength, wisdom, or charisma, anyone will be fine. However I want to build my character. I'm giving you that flexibility. Again, flexibility is the key to Martial's power. Martial powers, they gain at first level. You also learn 4 powers from the martial power list. You gain additional powers as you gain levels up to your maximum channeling rank as listed in the martial power progression table. You can swap one prepared power for another when you finish a long rest. You can swap all prepared powers when you gain a level. Note that fighting styles and weapon masteries can be prepared as meta powers, but are not automatically gained as a class feature now. Mana, you gain a pool of martial points called mana. The amount of mana is equal to your class level. You regain all mana when you finish a short or long rest. When you channel a power, you can expend an amount of mana up to your maximum channeling rank. So at first level, it's 1, 5, 2, 9, 3, 13, 4, 17, 5. You're done. Spellcasting with powers. So starting at first level, you can choose to learn spells on a paladin spell list instead of powers. The number of mana expended to cast a spell is equal to the level of the spell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The number of mana expended to cast a spell is equal to the level of the spell. In combat, this should actually be... In combat, when you expend action economy to generate temporary mana, you can expend it to cast spells from your paladin spell list with a duration of instant or concentration. So yeah, you can expend free, you can sacrifice your bonus action to then, as a magic action, cast Cure Wounds if you wanted to. Or you can take your attack action like usual and gain free mana for the bonus action. Maintaining concentration on a spell follows the rules. So like if I'm a 9th level paladin, I can maintain concentration on up to a 3rd level spell. But I can also sustain up to 3 ranks of power. If I'm maintaining concentration on a 2nd level spell, I can only sustain 1 rank of power. If I'm sustaining 2 ranks of power as a 9th level paladin, I can only concentrate on a 1st level spell. That's a little bit more mechanically complicated, but this is using 2 systems at the same time. If I had a Gish sorcerer fighter, or like a wizard fighter, it would have the same rules. A 10th level fighter, 10th level wizard would have 5th level spells, and a 10th level fighter would have 3rd rank powers. As a wizard, I could only concentrate on up to 5th level spells. As a 10th level fighter, I could sustain up to 3 ranks of power. If I was maintaining concentration on a 5th level spell, I would not be able to sustain any ranks of power. If as a fighter, I'm sustaining 3 ranks of power, even though my wizard can cast 5th level spells, I would only have 2 levels of spell casting open to maintain concentration on. So like I could maintain concentration on invisibility while sustaining 3 ranks of powers as a fighter, for instance. That's the combination that works like that. You're not limited to casting 1 spell with mana per round, so if a paladin spell requires a bonus action, I could cast that bonus action spell and still cast a magic action spell, which we talked about earlier with the bard and the cleric, for instance. Lay on hands, 1st level. You can channel divine power that rejuvenates yourself and allies. You gain a pool of 5 hit points equal to 5 times your paladin level, which is recovered when you finish a long rest. So far, pretty normal. As a bonus action, you can touch a creature, including yourself, and spend any number of points that remain in the pool to restore that many hit points. So far, so good, normal. Purge poison. I can expend 5 mana, or rather, I can expend 5 hit points in my pool to remove the poison condition. Doing so does not also restore hit points, so it's one or the other. And now the extra feature, Restore Mana. You can expend hit points to restore mana. For every 5 hit points expended this way, the target recovers 1 point of mana. Doing so does not also restore hit points. So just like with Purge Poison, if I spend 5 hit points, I can get a point of mana back. So my first level paladin has only 1 mana in my short rest, but if I expend my lay on hands, I could get another point of mana. That might not be necessary because I can generate free mana during combat, but if I'm out of combat and I find I need a point of mana, I could burn my lay on hands to heal myself 1 point of mana to then use that point of mana to cast any first level spell that I know. I can do this with other characters as well. A 5th level paladin can heal 5 mana with lay on hands. I won't get my lay on hands restored until a long rest, but until that long rest, here's an extra 5 points of free mana. Go for it. That's one of the cool things that the paladin can do now. Now that everybody can spend mana to deal extra damage, the paladin loses some of its uniqueness. Granted, the paladin can overclock like a fighter. A 17th level fighter can never spend more than 5 mana to deal 5 dice of damage, while the paladin could then burn their bonus action to get 3 more mana to spend 8 mana at 17th level, as opposed to the fighter that's limited to 5. So the paladin still remains top smite in the game, far more than the Sorkadin can. Paladin is the god of smiting. But others can do it too. Even the rogue can smite. So, but we'll look at that. So, to make the paladin more unique, lay on hands can now heal mana. Very few things in the game can give you mana. This is one of them. Paladin smite. So when you channel a strike power with a melee attack, you can expend bonus action to generate temporary mana. You can choose to deal radiant damage, and the maximum channel limit for the paladin smite increases by the amount of mana gained by your bonus action as listed in the smite table below. Furthermore, when you use Paladin Smite to channel a strike that deals damage to a fiend or undead, you deal an additional power die of damage. So, looking at this, we're looking at 2nd level. Normally, our max channel limit is 1. And if we use our bonus action, we can add 1. So, our maximum bonus action plus mana smite is 2. So, if I spend 1 point of mana and my bonus action, I can smite for 2 damage, for 2 dice of damage, or if it's versus undead, it's 3 dice. At 5th level, I still only get 1 point of mana with my bonus action, but I have a max channel limit of 2, so it's 2 plus 1. If I spend my bonus action, I can do up to 3 dice of damage. I could still only use 1 mana. At 5th level, I could still only just use 1 mana, but I'm only getting a plus 1 bonus, so it'd just be 2. At 9th level, though, my bonus action gives me 2 points of mana. So, and my max channel limit is 3. So if I spend 3 mana and my bonus action, I can deal 5 dice of damage or 6 versus undead. At 9th level, I could choose just to deal 1 die of damage. I could just choose to spend 1 mana, but I'll get 2 from the bonus action if I just choose to spin it, so that'd be 3 dice. See how that works? And then 13th is 4, and then plus 2 for the kicker from the bonus, 6. At 5th level, it's 5, plus 3 at 17th level for my bonus action. That's a total of 8 dice. And again, it's 1st level, it's a D6, D8, D10. That's actually weaker, you'll notice. At 1st level, this is weaker than what the paladin can normally do, because the paladin can normally do 2d8 by expending 1 spell slot, right? But this is only 2d6. Okay, so a paladin also adds the martial strike power to your list of prepared powers. This doesn't count against the total number of powers or spells that you can prepare. Let's go look at strike powers. Strikes. Here we are. Okay, so martial strike. When you channel this strike, your weapon damage increases by 1 power die per mana channeled, and the power die rolled is 1 size larger than your current die up to D12. You get this power for free at 2nd level. So that means that whenever I use, at any time, when I spend mana, I can use D8s instead of D6s. And then when I add my bonus action on top of it for 1 mana, I am now doing 2d8 damage. Why? Why is it that way? Why is everything else a D6? Well, let's look at burning.
Hey, what's up, guy? Judo chop.
Flaming strike. For instance, your weapon can deal fire damage and increases damage by 1 power die per mana channeled. The creature is caught on fire, taking fire damage equal to the result of the highest power die rolled at the end of each of its turns until the fire is put out. The target or another creature can put out the fire by expending an action to do so, or the target can make a dexterity saving throw at the end of each of its turns, putting out the fire before taking damage at the end of a turn. So the Flaming Strike, let's go look at the Paladin's list. There we go. What's it called? Is it called Searing Smite? Is that what it's called? Searing Smite. Bonus action, first level spell. As you hit, it takes an extra D6 fire damage at the start of each of its turn. The target takes D6 fire damage and then makes a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the spell continues. On a success, the spell ends. So this deals D6 plus D6 per round. Flaming Strike, first level spell, does D6 damage plus D6 each turn until it ends. It's exactly the same, you see? But Divine Smite deals D8, does 2D8 for that first level spell slot, which is exactly what Martial Strike does. You don't catch anybody on fire or anything like that, but it deals extra damage. So the Martial Strike is literally duplicating the Divine Smite ability, and in this instance, like Flaming Strike is literally duplicating the Searing Smite spell. So we're replacing the Smite spells with strikes, and we're letting the Paladin do cooler things, like to overclock or to ramp the effects of that Smite spell. You see how that works? Otherwise, it's exactly the same. It's the exact same damage and mechanical results, but we get there in a different way that makes it more flexible for other people to be able to make use of it, like the Rogue, the Fighter, the Barbarian, the Ranger, all of y'all. Your Artificer, like with your little turret, your turret can now scale damage by dumping more mana into the turret attack whenever it makes an attack. You can dump mana into it to ramp up its strike power. The Beastmaster Ranger, when my pet attacks and hits you, I can dump mana to make its bite do more damage. It has a lot of flexibility built off of this universal mana system. Yeah, I like it. Paladin subclasses. So 3, 7, 15, 20 like usual. Channel Divinity. You can channel Divine Energy to cause different magical effects. All Paladins start with Divine Sense, which is described below. Other Paladin features give additional Channel Divinity effect options. Each time you use Channel Divinity, choose which effect to create. You can use this feature twice. You regain one of its expended uses when you finish a short rest, and you can regain one use by expending 2 mana, just like the Cleric could. You regain all, but this has to, by expending 2 points of mana. This is not a use of the temporary mana that we can generate with Action Economy. Another important detail of that temporary mana production. Just again, empowered actions. You can only use empowered actions with exploits that modify die rolls, maneuvers that are basic, that are bonus action or magic action effects, like basically spell-like abilities, and reaction powers. We can't use free mana hold on. Boop, there we go. You can't use any temporary mana that is unspent before the beginning of your next turn. So yeah, we can only use exploits, maneuvers, and reaction powers. Except for the Paladin can use the mana that they generate from their bonus actions to smite with. The Paladin is the only one that gets free mana during combat to deal more damage. Everyone else has to expend mana from their mana pool to ramp their damage. Let's see. Yeah, so like I can't generate mana for free to get another use of Channel Divinity, for instance. I can't do that. Only the Paladin could. Or the Paladin has to spend mana from the actual mana pool to be able to generate this. And at level 3, I only have 3 mana in my mana pool. However, like a Sorkadin, like a Paladin 3, 17 Sorkadin with 88 mana, yeah, I could regain Channel Divinity 44 times per long rest because of the sorcerer pool, right? That is flexible. So a Sorkadin is going to be the master of channeling divinity not the master of heavy damage smites. You gain additional uses when you reach Paladin level 11. If a Channel Divinity effect requires saving throw, the DC is equal to your channeling DC, which is either Strength, Wisdom, or Charisma, your choice. Divine Sense as a bonus action. You can open your awareness to detect Celestials, Fiends, and Undead for the next 10 minutes or until you have the incapacitated condition. You know the location of any creature and of those types within 60 feet of yourself, and you know its creature type within the same radius. You have to detect presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hollow spell. That's unchanged. But the subclasses are the ones that are going to give us the real kickers. Feat. Choose a feat for which you qualify. 4, 8, 12, 16. But again, we can prepare feats as powers. So we can save our feat slots for increasing our stats and prepare feats to give us more combat and exploration utility. Extra attack at 5. Still get we always have the Faithful Steed spell prepared. You don't get a free casting of it, but it's always there for you. Again, with the mana system, we don't need to give you free castings of spells. Aura of Protection, starting at 6th level. Whenever you or a friendly creature within 10 feet of you must make a saving throw, the creature gains a bonus to the saving throw equal to your max rank of power gained as a paladin. You must be conscious to grant this benefit. At 18th level, the range of this aura increases to 30 feet. So, I am a big proponent of, or rather, let's say, I am in the camp of charisma bonus at 5th level to all saving throws is too much. Even if it only has a 10-foot reach, if your team is staying clustered, it's way too OP and it's way too gameable. Instead, I would rather give you your bonus saving throw equal to your max rank of power gained as a paladin. At 6th level, you have 2nd rank powers. At 17th level, you have 5th rank. So by 17th level, you're going to have that +5 bonus, just like your 20 charisma character would at 17th level as well. It's going to be +5 at that high-end tier where it should be. At lower levels, I really believe that it shouldn't be more than +2 bonus because the saving throw DC of creatures at 5th level aren't much higher than 13. So getting a +5 bonus makes it really easy for you to always save. It nerfs the DM's toolbox to challenge the characters. So by reducing that bonus down to +2 at 6th level and letting it gradually rise as the DCs rise, that's a very Pathfinder-y sort of everything stays balanced at the level of play that you're operating at. I believe in that. I just like the 5e game engine more than Pathfinder. 9th level, Observe Foes. As a magic action, you can expend the use of your Channel Divinity to target a number of creatures equal to your channeling ability modifier, which could be Strength, Dexterity, or Charisma, your choice, that you can see within 60 feet of yourself. Each must make a Wisdom saving throw, or have the frightened condition for a minute until it takes damage. Well, frightened, what it can do, the target can only do one of the following: either move, take an action, or a bonus action. Wow. Pretty freaking useful, and for 2 mana, you can generate this effect over and over again. Aura of Courage. You and your allies have immunity to the frightened condition while in your Aura of Protection. If a frightened ally enters the aura, that condition no longer affects that ally while there. 14, Restoring Touch. When you use Lay on Hands on a creature, you can also remove one of the following conditions from the creature: blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, stunned. You must expend 5 hit points from the healing pool on the healing pool of Lay on Hands for each of these conditions you remove. These points don't also restore hit points, which is a common theme. When you use your Lay on Hands for something other than healing hit points, it doesn't also heal hit points. And then level 19, Epic Boon as usual, and then of course level 20 is the Oath Transformation for your Paladin. So that's our scaffold. It's if you want to deal lots of damage and use temporary mana to do it, you want to be a Paladin. They are the only one that can expend their action economy to generate extra damage using their bonus action. Whether they dump extra mana from the mana pool on top of it or not is their choice, but the Paladin can always do it. Excuse me for a second. So it's really expensive for most character fighters, barbarians, etc. Like to expend their mana to deal extra damage because they don't have a lot of mana in their mana pool. Monks can do it as well. Can't spend a lot of mana to generate that extra damage. Paladins can do it literally all day. Just by expanding their bonus action, they can always deal extra damage the way that the gods intended it. So others can do it, but they're very limited and it's really expensive for them to do it, but they can do it. Let's see, observe foes. Yeah, we went through that list. Okay, so now we're going to go into the Oath of the Noble Genie. Where are we at? No Noble Genie. We already did the Banneret. That was super fun. Already did the Ranger win. Oh, I just skipped it. It's so short. Genie spells. There we go. Oath of the Noble Genie, subclass, Paladin sworn to the Oath of the Noble Genie, blah, blah, blah. Let's kick on down. Oath of the Noble Genie is brand new. So we don't have anything built for it yet. Well, we do get bonus spells. So the Paladin's going to get 10 bonus spells. Fighters get 10 bonus powers. Rangers that get 10 spells don't get any bonus powers. Rangers that get 5 spells get 5 bonus powers. Rangers that don't get any spells get 10 bonus powers. Everyone always gets 10 either powers and or spells, depending. We want to keep that balance so that everybody is always leaning into their character dynamic. Let's start with the since Oath spells is the first thing that we have. Let's go with that. Chromatic Orb, Elementalism, and we don't have Thunderous Smite anymore. So let's go. Elementalism is a cantrip, if I'm not mistaken. Cantrip, yeah. Thunderous Smite. So we'll go with Chromatic Orb, Elementalism, and Thundering Strike. And just to show off what Thundering Strike is. Hey, new folks. How you guys all doing? Hope you're having fun. Appreciate everyone checking this stuff out. Thundering Strike. First rank power. Thundering Strike. Your weapon can deal so interesting here, all of your damage can be thunder damage if you want, or it can just be normal weapon damage. So your weapon can deal Thundering Strike. Your weapon can deal thunder damage and increases damage by 1 power die per mana expended this way. So I could deal just slashing damage with my sword if I wanted to. It's going to ramp the damage, but it could also be thunder damage instead if I wanted to. Thundering Strike. A creature is pushed directly away from you up to 10 feet for each point of mana expended. So if our Paladin is using Thundering Strike as part of their Divine Smite power, and I put in 2 points of mana at 2nd level, I could push you 20 feet. If I am a 17th level Paladin, and I put 5 mana into it, plus I expend my bonus action for another 3 points, I could push the target 80 feet away. No one else can do that. It's just the Paladin. A fighter could put 5 points into a Thundering Strike, but I'm capped at 5 points, even though 3 of it. I could put 5 points of mana into it, and I could push the creature up to 5 mana. Up to 50 feet, but that caps. The Paladin can do more, further, better, harder, deeper, bloodier, thundering-er, shocking-er. What else do we get? Thanks for the love, guys. Let me scooch my screen around a little bit here. That looks good. Just fixing my screen. There. That should be good for me now. Let's see. This is what I'm looking for. Here. Minor image, mirror image, Phantasmal's Force. And again, when I am, while in combat, I can sacrifice my action economy to generate free mana that I can then use to cast these spells. Spells have to be either concentration or instant. They can't be ongoing effects. 9th level, Fly in gaseous form. (13) 4th level, Conjure Minor Elemental. Summon Elemental. And then 17, Banishing Strike. We'll look at that. And Contact Other Plane. Going back to Banishing Strike, 4th rank power. Banishing Strike. For us, it's only a 4th rank power. We don't have any 5th rank powers in this system. But that means that everyone is going to get access to the full kit of powers at 13th level. That was a conscious decision that we made because we wanted to have most campaigns only run to 13th or 15th level. So we wanted to make sure that the full toolkit was available to everybody at that level, but also the Arcane Trickster and the Eldritch Knight had the complication of having the 1, 7, 13, 20 progression from level 1 to 4 that was clumsy with this system. So we consolidated all of that so that a Eldritch Knight or Arcane Trickster gains spell access equal to the rank of power so that they also eventually get access to 5th level spells. Better than the 4th level spells that are in the player's handbook, but we're building the fighter, the rogue, the paladin, everybody into this half-casting sort of progression. And the powers cap at 4th, but the amount of mana we can expend caps at 5 at 17. So I just couldn't justify, there just wasn't a large enough kit of powers that we could come up with that would distinguish themselves as being so much more significant in power from 4th to 5th, from 3rd, 4th, and 5th power that would warrant 5th power. So we just basically consolidated the stuff that was 5th rank. We just dropped it down into 4th. That gave us more budget for 3rd and 2nd level powers. So Banishing Strike. Your weapon can deal force damage. It increases damage by 1 power die per mana channel. The creature is, again, it's force damage that we're dealing here if we want. The creature is banished and incapacitated for 1 minute. Returning from the space it had been banished from if unoccupied. The creature is banished and incapacitated for 1 minute, returning to the same space it had been banished from if unoccupied. Otherwise, returning to the next closest space that can support its weight unless it was flying. The creature makes a charisma saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect early if successful. So you spend 4 mana, you're guaranteed to be able to banish something. For a 13th level fighter, that's a big cost. It's 4 of your 13 mana to do that. So it costs a lot. It's guaranteed to work. They have to save their way back. That's I love that. I like that you automatically get to banish something from the battlefield, but the DM can have them save and come back anytime that they want. You're automatically going to deal damage, and you're automatically going to get at least 1 round of your effect kicking with this no save, the save to return. I like it more than the banish. It's like you spend 5 mana, you deal some extra damage, the kicker effect doesn't work. Damn it. I don't like that. I like that you can succeed and then eventually come back. We'll see with a little bit more testing whether or not that needs to change or not, but so far I think it's working well. We see that throughout all of this, at lower levels as well. There are some exceptions. For the most part, it always works. I might change that, but for now, I'm going to leave it as is. So that's our stack. Notice that Banishing Strike is a 4th rank power, but we're gaining at 17th level. Martial powers don't care what level you are. You get the level when it's thematically appropriate for you to get the power. As long as it's, if you're first level, you're not going to get a 3rd rank power because you can only channel 1 mana. You can't cast it. So it's always going to be at least that level or lower is what you're going to get. So we have instances of like barbarians at 13th level getting 1st rank powers because it becomes thematically appropriate for the subclass features that they got, it makes sense that you would get this bonus power in addition to what that thing can do. we just ran out of music. I use Epidemic Music and only have about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours worth of music on here. So I just ran out of music on my list. So I'm going to refresh my list and have it keep kicking with us. Here, and then here, here, and here. What time is it? It's okay. So we still have 45 minutes. Let's keep pushing. See how we end up doing. Paladin. Okay, so we have Elemental Smite. Level 3. Elemental Smite. Let's see how this does. I've never looked at this. This is the first time you're looking at this stuff. The Noble Genie didn't exist in any other UAs, so this is all brand new to me. I'm really excited to see what it offers and how we get to manipulate it. So let's do the proper treatment to treat it properly. So immediately after you cast, you can expend one use of your Channel Divinity and invoke one of the following effects. I'm not going to change anything yet. Let's just see what it does. Earth rises up around the target of your Divine Smite. The target has the grappled condition. While grappled, the target has the restrained condition. Djinn Escape. You teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within 30 feet of yourself and take on a semi-incorporeal form, which lasts until the end of your next turn. While in this form, you have resistance to bludgeoning to BPS, and you have immunity to grappling, prone, and restrained. Ifrit's Fury. The target of your Divine Smite takes an extra 2d4 fire damage, and fire jumps from the target to another creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself. The second creature also takes 2d4 damage. That's okay. I can see where that's going. And then Mirrored Surge. The target of your Divine Smite and each creature of your choice in a 10-foot emanation originating from the strength saving. Make a strength save or pushed 15 feet away from you and has the prone condition. Oh, these are great. Okay. So I know how to do this. Okay. When you channel a martial strike using Divine Smite, you can expend one use of your Channel Divinity and invoke one of the following effects. Nope. We're going to change this. This is going to be when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend a use of your Channel Divinity, because we can get Channel Divinities back for 2 mana, so we can spam this as much as we want. What I don't want to do is have infinite spamming of this. So I want you to you have to expend the resource. I don't want to double tap your resource. So we could choose to channel a strike power while we do this on top of what we would normally do. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend one use of your Channel Divinity and invoke one of the following effects. This can be done in addition to channeling a strike power. So I could use a Thundering Strike for 2 mana, and it's level 3. So I could use like a 1 mana Thundering Strike to hit my target, deal an extra d6 of damage, push it 10 feet, and then I could burn a use of my Channel Divinity to then also say Gen Escape. You teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within 30 feet. So I don't have to change any of these things, except I'm going to recalibrate Ifrit's Fury. The target of your Divine Smite takes an extra power die of fire damage. And fire jumps to another target, to the target of another creature you can see within 30 feet or so. The second target also takes 1 power die of fire damage. Because that's going to be a D6 at first, D8 at 9, D10 at 17. So it's going to grow in time. At 15, I'm going to guess that this is going to increase. You can deal 1 power die of fire damage. The target of your Divine Smite takes 1 power die of damage. The target takes 1 point. The target The target and each creature. There we go. And what else we got at third? Yeah, I like that. I like this. It's a cool kicker effect. Super fun. What else you got? Genie spells. Check. And Genie Splendor. Thank you. Let's grab this. Interesting. No armor. Why the hell wouldn't I want to wear any armor? There's nothing else about the paladin that rewards me for not wearing armor. Why would I do that? When you aren't wearing any armor, your base armor class is 10 plus Dex plus Charisma modifiers. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. You also gain proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: Acrobatics, Intimidation, Performance, and Persuasion. Okay. Is there going to be something else that benefits me for not wearing armor? I mean, that's... Armor class is 10 plus Dex plus Charisma modifier. I'm good with that. Normally, Charisma is when you aren't wearing any armor, your base class bonus is 10 plus your bonus, your dexterity bonus, and your channeling ability modifier. Because your channeling ability modifier is either going to be strength, wisdom, or charisma, your choice, none of which are dexterity. You also gain proficiency in one of the following skills, blah, 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 that stays. Okay, 7th level. What happens there? Aura of Elemental Shielding. I'm into it. Aura of Elemental Shielding. I bet this is something to do with our Aura of Protection. Choose one of the following damage types: Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, Thunder. You and your allies have resistance to this damage type while in your protective aura. I love it. At the start of each of your turns, you can change the damage type. That's fucking fantastic. No reasons to change that. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. 2. Buckle my shoe. All right, what happens at 15? I bet it's a damage increase. Elemental Rebuke. Elemental Rebuke. Again, I haven't seen this before, so this is all brand spanking new to me. I love how easy it is to convert this stuff. 2024 is so much better for the color mana system. Everything about 5e24 makes what we want to do with this just easier and fall in alignment with what the power curve is. 2024's power curve is higher but it's equal to what the mana system was capable of doing in 2014. So it actually levels out. This is a far more realistic use. It's not a big bump in power anymore. When you're hit with an attack roll, you can take a reaction to have the attack's damage against yourself. When you're hit by an attack roll, you can take a reaction to have the damage round down and force the attacker to make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC, against your channeling DC. Against your channeling DC. Good. On a failed save, the attacker takes damage equal to 2 power dice plus your charisma modifier of one of the following types: acid. Oh wait, when you are hit, you rebuke, and you deal 2 power dice of damage plus your charisma bonus plus your channeling modifier, which could be charisma. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder. On a successful save, the attacker takes half as much. At 15th level, it's 2d8. At 17th level, it's 2d10, and it'll equal out. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier, and you can regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Have the attack damage. It's 15th level. 2 power dice. That's appropriate curve. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. And you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Give me a second. I want to go up here and look at other things. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, you reduce the speed to 0. You can then move up to half your speed as part of the same reaction. When you reduce 0 hit points and not killed outright, you can drop to 1 hit point instead, and you regain a number of hit points equal to 3 times your paladin level. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Additionally, you can't age. You can a number of times equal to your channeling ability modifier, minimum once, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest, and you can regain regain 1 use by expending 2 mana. And that's for Glorious Defense at 15th. Okay, great. So we have a format there. So let's go ahead and use that. Paste. Perfect. And 20 is our transformation. Noble Scion. Sorry, I'm fussing with my windows. Noble Scion, how do you do? Well, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, as a bonus action, you gain the benefits below for 10 minutes or until you end them. No action required. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You can also restore your use of it by expending 5 mana. Fly, 60 feet, can hover. Minor Wish. When you are an ally and your aura protection failed the 20 test, you can take a reaction to make you or the ally succeed. Holy shit. When you or an ally in your aura fail a test, they succeed instead by using a reaction. Holy shit, that's fantastic. I love it. We're going to use that. We're keeping it. And that's our paladin. So fucking cheers, man. Scratch that one off the list. We're down to our last one, the Rogue Scion. This is the third episode in this series. The first episode, we did the Banneret and the Ranger, Winter Walker. The second episode of this series, we did the Sorcerer, Spellfire Sorcery, and the Blade Singer Wizard. And now this session we've done the Bard Circle of the Moon, Bard College of Moon, the Cleric Knowledge Domain. We just finished the Paladin Oath of the Noble Genie, and now we're going to do the Rogues Scion of the Three. So scroll down here to look at Scion of Zon 3. Powers. We've done the Scion of the Three before when it was a UA, when it was in the Unearthed Arcana playtest content, but now that it has been officially released, we want to look at how it's changed. Crown, Oath. Oh, these are oaths. I want to get out of oaths into Ranger, past the Ranger. To Rogue. Okay, we're going to walk through the list of Rogue features, and then we're going to build out the Scion. We already built, like I said, we already built out the Scion previously. Faerun, Scion of the Three. So we have bonus powers already granted, but we'll be looking at how these changes have happened. So let's go up here. I actually need to get some more water, so I'm going to take a super quick hot second here to go refresh my water. So I'm going to be back with you guys in a minute. Hold on real quick. Almost there, BRB. Alright, team. Thanks for your patience. We are equipped with fresh water and a song in our heart. What time is it? It's 12:30. We'll set our clock. And we'll get this done in 40-ish minutes. So cool. Okay, Rogue. Martial power character for rogues. Same scaffold. We still have sneak attack 1 to 10. Like all the martial characters, we have our power dice, D6, D8, D10. We have our max rank in the half casting progression, 1 at 1st, 2 at 5th, 3 at 9th, 4 at 13th, 5 at 17. Our stack of prep powers is the same as other half casters, up to 15 powers, but this includes rogues get weapon masteries. Rogues can take fighting style feats and other feats in general as powers instead of as powers that don't cost any mana. And then our mana pool is same as the monk on a short rest. It's 1 to 20. So same scaffold as all the other martial characters. So channeling martial powers begin at 1st level. You learn 4 first rank powers from the martial power list. You gain additional powers as you gain levels up to your maximum channeling rank as listed in the martial powers progression table. You can swap 1 prepared power for another when you finish a long rest, and you can swap all prepared powers when you gain a level. Note, fighting styles and weapon masteries can be prepared as meta powers but are not automatically gained as a class feature. As meta powers, even if you would not normally have access to these features, period. Mana. At 1st level, you gain 1 point of mana. You gain an additional point of mana every level with a maximum of 20 at 20th level, which you regain when you finish a short or long rest. Expertise. You gain expertise in 2 skill proficiencies of your choice at 1st level. 1st level, sneak attack. Once per turn, you can deal an extra D6 damage to 1 creature you hit with an attack roll if you have advantage on the roll and the attack uses a finesse or ranged weapon. The extra damage type is the same as the weapons type. You don't need advantage to the attack roll if at least one of your allies is within 5 feet of the target. The ally doesn't have the incapacitated conditions, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. The extra damage increases as you gain rogue levels, as shown on the sneak attack column of the rogue features table, and you can use combat masteries with sneak attack damage, but not strike powers. See empowered sneak attacks. See sneak attack below. See empowered sneak attack below. So empowered sneak attacks. When you have the option to deal sneak attack damage, you can instead sacrifice this extra damage to gain temporary mana equal to the max rank of power you have gained as a rogue to channel a strike power. In addition, you always have the martial strike power prepared without counting towards your total prepared powers. So what is this saying? You always you can when you have the option to deal sneak attack damage, you can instead sacrifice this extra damage to get temporary damage equal to the max rank of power you have gained as a rogue to channel a strike power. So, and you always have the martial strike power prepared. So at 1st level, instead of dealing 1d6, you can deal a d8 with martial strike, or if you took, say, thundering strike, you deal d6 damage and you would push the target 10 feet. If you use martial, it's saying here specifically martial strikes. The interesting thing about strikes and channeling, weapon masteries is weapon masteries are considered cantrips, while strikes are considered spells. So when you're using your action economy to cast a spell, you can't also cast a cantrip at the same time, because the 2 things are using the same action economy, even though one uses mana and the other one doesn't. Similarly with weapons, when you hit with a weapon, you could choose to spend mana to deal extra damage and cause one of these, 27 strike effects? 26. Or if you're using Martial Strike specifically says, we didn't really focus on this when we looked at it earlier, but just to revisit it, in addition, you can use 1 combat mastery you have prepared or that is is the property of the weapon that you hit with. So like if I were to use, say, repositioning strike, I could not also use a weapon mastery at the same time. But the repositioning strike allows me to deal extra damage, and I can move 5 feet per mana channeled as part of the attack, which doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. So if I were to spend, if I had like say 2 attacks, and with each attack I spent 1 mana for a repositioning strike, in both of those attacks I could take an extra free 5-foot space. This is what the samurai used to do in 3rd edition. If I spent 3 mana, if I was a 9th level rogue, if I spent 3 mana on a repositioning strike, I deal 3 extra dice of damage, and that would make me a 9th level rogue, so I deal 3d8 extra damage, and I can move 15 feet with each attack that I hit with. If I were to do sneak attack as a 9th level rogue, instead of dealing 5d6 damage, I could instead deal 3d8 damage as a repositioning strike and move 15 feet on top of it. So that's pretty cool. It's not just raw damage, it's damage plus the kicker effect that you get from the strike. Or I could just keep the 5d6 damage at 9th level. I could just keep the 5d6 damage that I would deal and use a weapon mastery. Or ironically, if I were to use Martial Strike, at 9th level I would do 3d10 damage and use a weapon mastery. 3d10 damage or 5d6 damage is kind of 6 or a half dozen. You see how that works out? It's kind of like the Paladin Smites. It actually works out to being just about the same amount of damage. It's going to be less damage if I have a cool kicker effect. Like if I was using Goading Strike for 1 mana, I would deal, like at 1st or 3rd level, I'd deal d6 damage, and the creature that I strike has disadvantage on any attack that isn't made against me until they succeed an intelligence saving throw or they hit me. Or I could just do d6 sneak attack damage and use a weapon mastery like usual, or I could use Martial Strike and deal d8 damage and use a weapon mastery. So the weapon masteries aren't tied to weapons. Each weapon has a has a weapon mastery that it naturally is that's naturally a property of that weapon, but the masteries themselves are not gated by weapons. You see what I mean? If you're with the martial power system, if you are a channeler, meaning you're a barbarian, fighter, monk, rogue, ranger, paladin, artificer, warlock, those 8 classes are considered channelers with this system. So they can always prepare a weapon mastery to use that weapon mastery with any weapon. If they pick up a weapon that has a weapon mastery, you can use that like a heavy crossbow. If you're proficient with a heavy crossbow, you can always push. And push is listed as target that you hit one size that is one size larger than you or smaller is moved up to 10 feet away. So a medium-sized creature that uses the heavy crossbow, a medium-sized heavy crossbow, could push a target up to a large size or smaller target 10 feet away. But if I were to use Thundering Strike with, like, say, 3 mana, I could push it 30 feet away. So these are like cantrips, which are like lesser effects of strike powers. So the crossbow always has push available if I don't use a strike power. Or if I am using a strike power, that strike power is Martial Strike. I would use a D8 instead of a D6 plus push. But I could also have push on, say, a dagger. A dagger has the nick property normally. But I could also, if I have the push property prepared, I know how to push people no matter what I hit them with, including a dagger, a crossbow, a glaive, my fist, judo chop. As Steve said, it doesn't matter if it's a melee weapon attack, if it's a weapon attack and it qualifies, I can use a mastery with it, whether that weapon already has that mastery or not. And as you can see here, there are masteries in here that don't exist as a default mastery for a weapon. Addle is intelligence save or can't make opportunity attacks. Disarm is make a strength saving throw or be disarmed. Grapple, which only works with melee weapons, is when I hit with my weapon, target makes a saving throw or is grappled, but I can't use that weapon to attack anyone else while I'm maintaining that grapple. I can no longer attack with it because I'm using it to maintain a lock as a grapple. We also have Step, which is when you hit a target, you can move 5 feet without triggering an opportunity attack. What you saw up above, which was Repositioning Strike, is 1 mana to deal extra damage and take that 5-foot step. But I could ramp the mana, so if I spent 4 mana on that Repositioning Strike, I'll do 4 dice of damage and move up to 20 feet without opportunity attack. See? Nick still requires you to be dual wielding light weapons, but natural attacks and unarmed strikes also count as light weapons automatically in the system. So a Minotaur with horns, those horn attacks are considered light weapon attacks. So if I have the Nick property on a weapon, if I make a dagger attack, I could then also use my bullhorns to make an attack, because the bullhorns are considered to have the light property. Yeah. Yeah, dual wielding light weapons or using a light weapon with natural and unarmed attacks only. Improvements. Okay, cool. There we go. That actually needed to be done. I'm glad we were here. So that's how the weapon masteries work. You can always use. You don't have to have any weapon. You don't have to have any weapon masteries prepared to use them if they're part of that weapon property. So if I wanted to, if I wanted to save my prepared powers for feats or actual powers, and I wanted to have access to topple, then I could use a javelin. Or I could use, what else has topple? I think the Warhammer has topple. I can hit you with Warhammer and I automatically can use the topple even though I haven't prepared it. But if I do prepare topple, I can topple anyone with any weapon. Monks get free weapon masteries. They can always topple, they can always push, they can always grapple with unarmed attacks. Because that's just a monk sort of martial arts fucking thing sort of do, right? I think it's hysterical that Wizards didn't give monks weapon masteries at all, when of all the classes, the monk is most appropriate for gaining weapon masteries. It's just, they didn't do this. I think if they had let it cook longer and they weren't so hell-bent on having a new edition published the year of the anniversary, I mean, I get it, that's why they did it. But if that was their plan, they should have prepared a lot earlier than they did. But I think if they had allowed the weapon mastery system to cook longer, this is the conclusion that it would have come to. You can automatically use the weapon masteries associated with the weapon if you're proficient with it, if you are a martial character. And if you get the weapon mastery proper, in raw OB, if you get the weapon masteries property, you can automatically use weapon properties associated with all these weapons, and the prepared masteries that you've chosen, you can use with any weapon that it qualifies for, even if it's not the weapon, the property of that specific weapon. And monks could use a stack of abilities with these weapon properties, just like the monk of the open hand eventually got. I think they specifically siloed monk not getting it so that you'd have to get it with a subclass like open hand. And I think that's stingy design. It's not bad design, it's stingy design. I'd rather open up more options and make things more exotic and more interesting to use than to remove an obvious flavor pick to silo it behind an artificial class feature. You'll see that design aesthetic behind everything, including the sorcery, the quicken spell. That siloed the entire game from being able to use magic action and bonus actions in the same turn because of the sorcerer. But now they're trying to find ways around it using their own rule set. If you don't have to spend a spell slot, you can. That means that you always could. They just siloed it behind the free spells to give you more value behind the free spells. They didn't have to do it that way. They kind of painted themselves into that corner to do it that way. So I'm just saying 5e can be built a lot of different ways. And although WOTC sets the standard as the 800-pound gorilla in the room, they aren't necessarily the best designer of the game. That's not to say I'm the best designer of the game. I'm just saying I look at the way that they scale mechanics differently than the way that WOTC does. And as a result of it, these ideas, this whole book of ideas are things that can be produced as a result of it. So, having pontificated upon that enough, we now recognize that empowered sneak attacks, you can either deal raw damage from sneak attack plus a mastery that you know, or you could sacrifice your bonus sneak attack damage to channel a power up to your maximum rank. So at 9th level, again, 5d6 sneak attack damage or 3d8 sneak attack damage plus a kicker effect, or 3d10 damage and a weapon mastery. So it's either 5d6 weapon mastery or 3d10 weapon mastery. It's the same thing. Or you could choose a different strike power and do 3d8 damage plus teleport, or catch somebody on fire, or freeze somebody, paralyze them, blah, 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 blah. 26 different power strike effects. Choose from them. Thieves' Cant, level 1, you know Thieves' Cant. And you can choose another language. Cunning actions. As a bonus action, you can take the dash, disengage, or hide action. That hasn't changed. Rogue subclasses at 3, 9, 13, 17. 3rd level Uncanny Power. You can sacrifice your movement to generate 1 point of temporary mana or to gain advantage on your next attack during your turn. No other class gains temporary mana from standing still. So you don't move during your turn. You can sacrifice your movement during your turn. I'm going to do it that way. That way, if you sacrifice and you gain a temporary mana, or if you sacrifice your action, you can generate the next attack. No, it should be during your turn. Your next attack until the beginning of your next. This is the appropriate way to do it. What the hell was that? Your next, until the beginning of your next turn. That way you can sacrifice your movement to stand still and use as a reaction to trigger advantage to get your sneak attack if you need to. I like that flexibility more. Feet 4, 8, 10, 12, 16 like usual. 5th level Cunning Power. You can generate temporary mana instead of dealing sneak attack damage during your turn. Instead of expending the temporary mana on a strike during your current attack, you can choose to channel an exploit, maneuver, or reaction that only affects the target hit as part of that attack. So when you generate temporary mana instead of dealing sneak attack damage during your turn, comma, you can choose to channel an exploit, maneuver, or reaction that only affects the target hit as part of the attack instead of expending the temporary mana on a strike. Power. So this opens us up to any maneuvers that we want, any exploits, maneuvers, or reactions that are available. So if I hit you with my dagger, instead of dealing damage, I gain temporary mana, and instead of spending that mana on a strike power to deal damage and an effect, I could go into our massive list of maneuvers that are available. Like, for example, what would be a fun maneuver to potentially use? I hit you with a sneak attack, and let's say I use, these are reactions, let's get out of those. Let's say I'm 9th level. I could deal 5d6 damage to my target. I could sacrifice that 5d6 to deal, say, 3d8 damage and gain temporary hit points equal to the result of that damage roll, which would be the life-stealing strike. Or I could do something like coordinated attack. I have 3 mana available. I'm going to pump those 3 mana into a coordinated attack. You can empower 1 ally per mana expended this way that you can see and hear you to use their reactions to make a weapon attack, rolling 1 power die per mana expended this way, adding the highest result to the attack against a target you and your allies can see. So if I were to hit you with this empowered strike, I could then generate, instead of dealing extra damage, I'll generate 3 points of mana that I then spend on coordinated attack to target that single creature I just hit. Now everyone, 3 of my allies get a reaction. If they spend their reaction, they can also attack that ally. Attack that target. So I hit you with a sneak attack, and instead of me dealing extra damage, that opens an opportunity for 3 of my allies to hit you with attacks as well. With a reaction, they could channel strike powers as well. You could actually chain attacks with this. If we had 3 rogues, during my turn, I could hit you with a coordinated attack, not dealing extra damage. That could target I could then have my other 3 rogue companions also then hit you as a reaction with sneak attacks that would all then also be able to trigger coordinated attacks. Everyone's already spent the reactions, so it wouldn't really make sense to do that. But I could do that. I could have this chain of reactions popping off. That could actually be really cool. I like that. What's an example of a reaction that we could use to show? What's something else we could do? We could do sleeper hold. While grappling, you can force the grappled target to make a Constitution saving throw. If the save fails, becomes unconscious until the grapple ends, or the creature takes damage or succeeds on a Constitution saving throw. And that's 3 mana. So at 9th level, I could hit you with a sneak attack, and instead of dealing damage, I could trigger I could use the grappling mastery to then grapple you, and then use my 3 mana to trigger sleeper hold. So I hit you with my sneak attack. I then use the grapple. If they fail their saving throw, they're now grappled. I then sneak attack them. I then sleeper hold them. They are now asleep, and everyone else, the first hit that comes in on them is now going to do a crit against them automatically. So maybe the rogue comes in with their advantage to hit them because they're unconscious and grappled. My rogue can then hit them and then will crit and just spike. And that would probably be a good instance of just using your raw damage. Spike that damage. They're going to wake up, but they just took 10d6 damage at 9th level. That's a super fun combo. Like, there's so many ways you can create these cool little combos that once you have a rogue in your party, it basically just triggers opportunities for people to fuck up their enemies. So they're a ton of fun to have in the party. Very worth experimenting with if you guys get into this system. That's cunning power. Instead of cunning strikes, we have cunning power. There you go. Uncanny dodge at 5th level works like you expect it to. You get hit by something, you can make a reaction to have the damage. Expertise at 6 for 2 proficient skills become double your proficiency bonus. Evasion at 7 works the way that you expect it to. You can nimbly dodge out of the way of certain dangers when you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage. You instead take no damage if you succeed, or half if you fail. I'm going to get rid of the flavor text. 7, reliable talent. Whenever you make an ability check that uses one of your skills or tool proficiencies, you can treat any D20 test result of 9 or lower as a 10. Improved uncanny power at level 11. Your ability to generate temporary mana improves. Sacrificing your movement and your reaction now generates 2 points of temporary mana instead of just 1 each. That's during combat. Sacrificing your movement and reaction during combat now generates 2 points of temporary mana each instead of 1. The rogue doesn't have a lot of ways to generate mana other than its sneak attack in combat. Otherwise, it doesn't have any ways of generating mana at all. So giving, the fighter can sacrifice Second Wind to generate mana. The paladin gets to use their bonus action to increase strike damage. Can use Lay on Hands to generate mana as well. The barbarian has its brutal strikes are now brutal power. Whenever you sacrifice your whenever you sacrifice your advantages and reckless attacks, you generate free mana to deal strike damage. So after at 10th level plus, the barbarian can now use free mana to deal extra damage during attacks. The only other one that can do that is the paladin, and the rogue is still dealing its same amount of damage, and now it can use strikes instead of sneak attack damage. The ranger, the fighter can also has action surge that it can sacrifice to generate, because it gets extra attacks with the Action Surge, or it gets an extra bonus attack that it can sacrifice to generate mana. So when you use Action Surge, you can generate mana for strike powers as well. A lot of the classes, other than the Rogue, other classes have a lot of ways to generate mana. The Rogue can sacrifice movement and sacrifice its sneak attack to generate mana. That's it. So at higher levels, we're allowing them to get more value because that's kind of how rogues are. Reliable power at 14 when you roll a power die. So when you roll a power die, any result that is less than the maximum rank of power you gained as a rogue is increased to that number. So the minimum I can roll on a die is 4 at 14th level. The minimum I can roll on a die at 17th level is a 5. So at 17th level, I'm rolling a D10, unless I'm using Martial Strike, it's a D12. But it's a D10, and the minimum I can roll is a 5, which lines up perfectly with how reliable stuff works. Reliable talent, reliable power, perfect. Slippery Mind, your proficiency in Wisdom and in Charisma saving throws, super. Elusive, no attack roll can have advantage against you unless you have the incapacitated condition. Fantastic, epic boon as you please. Stroke of Luck as a 4th rank exploit. If you fail a D20 test, you can turn the roll into a 20. That is listed as an exploit, which means you can use action economy to generate that. And it's anytime you have a failed test. So at any time during your turn or not, you can spend 4 mana to trigger that effect. It becomes a natural 20. If you fail a D20 test, that's including attack rolls. So if you automatically want to crit on your sneak attack roll, spend 4 mana, you can do it. Bam. It's the only thing in the game that can auto crit. But it's a rogue. It's a 20th level. You stuck with rogue for 20 levels. You deserve to auto crit whenever you want, as long as you're willing to spend the mana. But I can spend my reaction and my movement to generate 4 points of mana that I could then channel into a Stroke of Luck that I use while I'm sniping you at 300 feet with a bow. I just hit you. Oh no, I have to be within 30 feet, and it has to be a light weapon. So I'm going to use a shuriken to flick you with a light attack, weapon attack within 30 feet. I'm going to have advantage on the attack roll, or targets within 5 feet. I'm hidden, so that's going to be advantage on my attack roll. That's going to allow me to hit. It's automatically going to crit because I rolled a 20, which means I'm automatically going to be able to roll 20 d6 damage, or sacrifice that to generate 5 points of mana, which will then double because mana damage doubles to 10d10 damage plus whatever, like banish you or something, who knows. Fun little thing. 20th level shenanigans. It's appropriate. I love that ability. Fucking love that. It's so fun. Okay, so let's see. So that's the scaffold of the rogue. Obviously, it's just a monster, and I fucking love it. Love the rogue. Let's go down to the Scion of 3. So this was in the Unearthed Arcana, so we did previously build it. We have a list of 10 powers that it gains, and again, we don't have to choose a power of the appropriate rank. It's whatever power is appropriate for that level that you're gaining abilities. So if we have, like here, Vanishing is a 1st rank exploit. Is it still 1st rank? I think we changed it to 2nd rank, didn't we? Hold on, let's verify. Hold on. Yeah, it's still an exploit. So let's go. Oh yeah. Vanish it, and now hold on. It's 2nd rank now. So Vanish is now a 2nd rank exploit. Note to task. Go through search for Vanish. Be sure it's labeled as 2nd rank for all bonus power lists. So what does Vanish do? When you take the hide action, so this is when you're using a bonus action or an action to hide, and you spend 1 point of mana, 2 points of mana to vanish. When you take the hide action, you can do so even if you don't have any cover to hide behind. And the minimum result of your stealth check is 15, even if your roll is lower. You can remain hidden this way, even if you aren't behind any objects that can conceal you until the beginning of your next turn. The hide condition ends if you attack, cast a spell, or channel a power. There you go. So it's 2 mana to do it. It's a little expensive, but it's guaranteed stealth. And by 5th level, that's pretty good. We get access to it at 9th level. So, okay, let's see what the Scion can actually do. Scion of the 3, there we go. Become a gruesome agent of malice. Scion of the 3 draws power from the group of malevolent gods called the known in Baldur's Gate as the Dread 3. Bane, Baal, and Merkel. Cool. Scions of the 3 are most common in Baldur's Gate, where the Dread 3 live as immortals before Saint blah blah blah. Bob's your uncle, who cares? Bloodthirst. We still have Bloodthirst. So what was Bloodthirst? If you deal sneak attack damage to a bloodied creature, the target takes extra damage of the weapon's type equal to half your rogue's level roundup. In addition, when an enemy you can see is reduced to 0 hit points, you can take a reaction and teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within 30 feet of yourself. You can then make 1 melee attack. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to the max rank of power gained as a rogue, which is once at 3rd level, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. You can gain 1 use by expending 2 mana, no action required. What does it do now? An enemy you can see within 30 feet of yourself that is damaged, takes damage and is bloodied. After taking the damage but not outright killed, you can use a reaction to teleport to take the damage but not outright killed. When an enemy you can see within 30 feet of yourself takes damage and is bloodied after taking the damage but not killed outright, you can take a reaction or teleport to an occupied space in 5 feet of that enemy. You can then make 1 melee attack. You can use this. Oh, I see now. Interesting. Okay, I like that change. So let's go into it. Cut. When an enemy you can see within 30 feet of yourself takes damage and is bloodied after taking that damage but not killed outright, I like that condition. You can use a reaction to teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within 5 feet of that enemy. I like that as well. You can then make 1 melee attack. You can use this feature, and then we'll go into our language. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to the max rank of power gained as a rogue, and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest, and you regain 1 use by expending 2 mana, no reaction required. That's a lot less until 5th. You regain all expended uses when you finish a short or long rest, so that'll give us at least 2 uses of it per day. It's an intelligence modifier, so it's not likely you're going to have much more than a +2 bonus in it anyway. So that puts you back on square, and we can always regain it by expending 2 mana, but that's going to have to come out of your actual mana pool, which you'll be able to use once. So we can use it 3 times per day if we expend our mana doing so. I like it. I like that a lot. So it's similar, but they made some really good mechanical tweaks to it. I really like that. What's next? Dread Allegiance. Poison damage, sat mastery, so we can automatically deal poison damage with our attacks if we choose to. We can always deal poison damage with our attacks if we choose to. And we automatically gain the sat mastery with any melee or ranged weapon attack, whether or not that weapon would normally allow it. At 5th level, we can deal psychic damage, and we can deal necrotic damage. Let's see what this guy's got going on. Psychic, poison, necrotic. Ball. Huh. Okay, let's switch this up. I like how they're structuring it better than how we have it right now. So instead, let's do this. Let's do I think repositioning strike is 1st rank. Let's double check. I want to do that. I want to give you repositioning strike. I believe it's first rank. There it is. Yep, first rank. Hit, deal damage, move 5 feet without provoking attack of opportunity. Love it. We're going to go to repositioning strike. Strike, first rank. I'm going to empty out this category here. I'm probably going to give us some more masteries instead. But that's going to free up our budget here. I think this is going to remain the same. So how does it read currently? This is from the Unearthed Arcana. Choose one of the three, the Dread 3 Bane Ball Merkle. You gain resistance to one type of damage and the ability to cast a cantrip as detailed in the table below. Your channeling ability modifier is your spell casting ability for this cantrip. When you finish a long rest, you can change your choice. Okay, let's do this one better. Choose one of the three. You gain resistance. You gain the damage. You gain the meta power and resistance to one type of damage. You gain the meta power 4 and resistance to one type of damage and the ability to cast a cantrip as detailed in the table below. Your channeling ability modifier is the spellcasting ability of the cantrip. When you finish a long rest, you can change your choice. So damage and resistance. Let's see if that remains true, and then we'll walk through what that means. Choose one of the three. Gain resistance to that type of damage and ability to cast cantrips. Intelligence to your spellcasting ability of this cantrip. Long rest. Bob's your uncle. Okay, so this remains the same. So what is this damage? What is this meta power that we're talking about? So like I said, there's 78 meta powers that are effectively cantrips. They don't cost mana, but you have to prepare them. Masteries is one of them that we looked at already. And now we have 73 meta powers, my mistake. Combat masteries, damage types, and feats. So we looked at the combat masteries earlier, and we know how those work now. And feats as powers. Was damage next? Combat masteries, damage types, and feats. Yeah, alphabets are alphabets. So let's go down here to the alternate damage as power. We'll cut there. So you can use one of your prepared powers to channel damage types of your choice when you deal damage with a weapon, attack, or power. Each type of damage must be prepared separately, but there is no limit on how many types of damage you have prepared, up to your maximum total prepared powers. Basic damage types can be prepared when you gain the ability to channel first rank powers. Advanced damage types can be prepared when you gain the ability to channel second rank powers. Basic damage types available at first level include acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. I added these 3 BPS in at the end just in case you wanted to have access to it. Why not? But at 5th level, the advanced damage types are force, necrotic, psychic, radiant, and thunder. I can't normally be able to prepare these until 5th level. The Scion Dread Allegiance allows me to ignore that limitation. At 3rd level, I can deal psychic and necrotic damage, while psychic and necrotic damage would normally only be available at 5th level as prepared types. So the subclass is allowing me to cheat that limitation. So I can not only deal this type of damage, like say ball is what? Ball is poison. Merkle is necrotic damage. So Merkle gives me access to necrotic damage early at 3rd level, and I'm resistant to that damage. There you go. That's what that means. And then the 3rd type of meta power are feats. You can choose any number of feats as part of the prepared power list. Origin feats and fighting styles. Thank you, Timely Timer. Origin feats and fighting styles can be prepared when you gain the ability to channel 1st rank powers. Let's bold this. So when you gain 1st rank powers for like a 1st level rogue, for instance, can choose to learn origin feats and fighting styles. I could at 5th level, so it says general feats can be prepared when you gain the ability to channel at 2nd rank power, which is 5th level. You would normally get access to general feats at 4th level as feats, but at 5th level you can start preparing them as powers. When you do, you can ignore any ability score prerequisites, and you don't gain any ability score increases. So like if I took Sentinel feat, I wouldn't get the +1 to dexterity or strength, for example. But I would be able to have Sentinel prepared. So now, as long as I keep that prepared, I can always use Sentinel feat. Even though I didn't spend my 4th level my 4th level feat slot, I can then use my 4th level feat to increase my strength by 2. So I can actually up my stats because I'm now not forcing myself to choose between stats and feats. Spellcasters, full casters, still have to make that choice. Do I want to pick up Warcaster? Or do I want to get a +2 to my charisma? That's a tough choice that the full casters have to make. Too bad. The marshals don't have that restraint because in this system, marshals are as good as full casters, just in very different ways. Here's our origin feats. Notice that skilled is not an origin feat. Otherwise, I could take like 3 origin feats and have 6 skill proficiencies. We're still going to silo proficiencies because the proficiency bonus modifiers is a big factor into the bounded accuracy curve of the Roll20 system of difficulty ranging between 10 and 30. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's your 5 tiers of success. Ridiculously easy, but has consequences up to nearly impossible. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 on a scale of 1 to 5. How free do you feel? And then you can see fighting styles. They're all in here. We included efficient power as a fighting style, but we should actually probably just make that, we could make that an origin feat instead. That wouldn't hurt. Yeah, let's make that an origin feat instead. There. Okay, let's look at, and then we have our general feats, which we get access to at 5. 1st rank. 1st rank. Oh yeah, and then epic boons can be prepared when you gain the ability to channel 5th rank powers. When you do, you can ignore the level 19 plus prerequisite, and you don't gain any ability score increases. Fighting styles at 1st, general feats at 5th. That's 2nd rank power. And then boons. There's a lot of 2nd rank, and then boons. 5th rank. It's a very short list, right? Boon of combat prowess, dimensional travel. That lets me basically Misty Step at will. Energy resistance, choose one. I can choose multiple. We already get access to that earlier. But cheers. Move faster, gain true sight. Combat prowess is once per turn. If you miss, you hit instead. Very simple. But also a good 5th level ability. 5th rank ability. Excuse me. Rearrange my seat. So that's how feats as powers work. If you don't want the complexity of fucking around with a mana pool on your character because you just want a dumb, simple fighter, then this is going to give you 15 free feats to keep your dumb, simple fighter incredibly versatile and very competent in comparison to all these other mana slingers are around you. You might eventually decide to spend some of your mana on like buffing yourself with sustained powers. Again, like a 17th level character with 5 ranks of power can sustain 5 1st rank powers at the same time. Or like a 3rd rank and a 2nd rank. And we haven't looked at sustained powers yet, so let's just look at those real quick. Here's a fun, like Blind Sense. You are aware of the location of any creature and object of the same plane of existence as you within 10 feet times your max rank of power, including walls, floors, and ceilings, structures, and rangers. You can't identify things like color or written text on these objects using Blind Sense. So as a 9th level martial power character, I'd have access to 3rd rank powers. So if I spend 1 mana and tap 1 rank of power with Blind Sense, I now have 30 feet Blind Sense. At 17th level, it will be 50 foot Blind Sense. Cliff Runner. I turn this on and it stays on until I choose to turn it off, become incapacitated, die, or get hit with a Dispel Magic. Cliff Runner. You gain a climb speed equal to your land speed, and you don't need to use your hands while doing so. So I can literally run along the side of a cliff, holding weapons and attacking stuff. If we were doing one of those vertical dungeons that I have, super useful. I build vertical dungeons like side scrollers instead of top down scrollers like in a game. Side scrolling maps can function just fine. If you have Cliff Runner, you can just navigate around that space like normal. Super fun stuff. What's a fun one? Crouching Stance. For 1 mana, you can turn this on, and when you sustain this power, you gain the following abilities. You can crawl and stand from opponent without requiring any additional movement. If your speed hasn't been reduced to 0, that is. Attack rolls that you make attack rolls made against you while prone by creatures within 5 feet of you don't have advantage. Attack rolls that you make while you're prone don't have disadvantage. And you gain advantage on dexterity stealth checks while you're prone. So like you do that for 1 is Crouching Stance. You can stand and drop. There's no combat advantages, and you can scurry on the ground at your normal speed. Let's look at 2nd rank. Like Lycanthropy is 1 to turn yourself into a were creature. That's a lot of fun. Instant skill. You can prepare. You can turn on and prepare a power, a skill as a power, and if you already have it, you can prepare it twice to become expertise with it. Power Armor and Shield buffs your armor class. Ranged Assault allows you to create ammunition that you can throw or fire with a ranged weapon, and plus some other kicker effects. 2nd rank. Giant Growth. If you spend 2 mana, your size large. You get an extra power die of damage, plus you add a power die whenever you deal strength ability checks. Right? That makes sense, right? If you put 4 mana into it, you're huge. Dealing 2 extra power dice of damage when you deal damage, and you can roll 2 power dice, keeping the best result for strength checks. And at 4th rank, that'll be a D8. At 2nd rank, is a D2. A D6. Thicket of Pain, 2nd rank. While this power is sustained and you're not restrained, stunned, incapacitated, or paralyzed, movement within reach of your melee attack is difficult terrain, and any creature that you can see that begins its turn or moves within reach of your melee attack takes 1 power die of weapon damage. A creature takes damage this way only once per turn. It's basically like a really small, easily generated form of Spirit Guardians, for example. And when you sustain 4 mana, it's 2 power dice for anybody. And that combos really well with the 1st rank power, Extended Reach. You can increase your melee weapon reach by 5 feet per point of mana sustained this way. And you can channel the Moving Target reaction power by expending 1 mana. A Moving Target is a reaction. If you go look at the reactions, you get it for free while you have extended power active. And Moving Target, 2nd rank, it's normally 2nd rank costing 2 mana, but with this it's only 1. So as a reaction to when a creature that you can see moves into or within the reach of your melee weapon, you can make it a weapon attack, even if the target is using the disengage action, rolling 1 power die per mana channeled, adding the highest result to the attack roll. So Moving Target is a 1 mana use while we have extended reach action. And you can channel the Moving Target reaction power by expending 1 mana, and since it's a reaction, we can use our action economy to generate free mana for it, so it becomes free to use if we give up something like an attack, for instance. That's an example. So we could combo, like, say, 2 mana into Extended Reach to give us a 15-foot reach, and then combo that with Thicket of Pain. Any creature that's within 15 feet of us, it'll cost 2 mana to turn on Thicket of Pain, and it costs 2 mana to extend our reach to 15 feet. So at 13th level, for 4 mana, we can hit basically anybody that's within 15 feet of us will automatically take D8 points of damage every round. There you go. It's not massive, but it's perpetual and it stays on forever. So when you're dealing with ongoing combats, it's super useful to have that kicker in there. You're just slowly whittling them down. Let's look at something really impressive. Master of Fate, 4 mana. When you channel this power, roll 3 d20 fate dice. When you later roll a d20, while this power is sustained, you can choose to replace that result with one of these 3 fate dice. Each fate die can be used once. In addition, while sustaining this power, you can expend 1 point of mana from your pool as a bonus action during your turn to roll an additional fate die, replacing any result or regaining an expended fate die. Unused fate dice are lost when you dismiss the power. So you can basically expend your mana pool to get a stack of extra d20s that you can just pick and choose from as you need when you're using your actions. This is available for you starting at 13th level. It's amazing for a rogue. Flat out just fucking amazing for a rogue. So that's how sustained powers work. Like, I'd have to have 4 mana out of my 5. At 17th level, I have a total of 5. I'd have to put 4 into Master of Fate to make it roll. But again, I can just keep spending my mana pool to keep getting new d20s that I can just arbitrarily choose to use at any time, any d20 test. So, like, attack rolls, saving throws, whatever. There you go. So let's get back into it. So Dread Allegiance. I love how this works now. That just opened up some space here for us to pick up some more stuff. I feel like I just want to add on some masteries. Let's go with Vex. Mastery. And what's another good one? We already have the Repositioning Strike. Oh, let's take Sap and Mastery at 3rd, and then pick up Repositioning Strike at 3rd. I like that. Vex, Mastery, Repositioning Strike, and Nick. All the good stuff that a rogue is going to want. I might be taking Nick at 1st level because I want it, but by 5th level, it's free. So I get to free up that prepared slot to drop Nick and pick up something else cool. Again, if I have a weapon that has Nick, I can already use this, but this is going to allow me to use this like with unarmed attacks or natural weapons like bull's horns, like for Minotaur, for instance, or Centaur hoof strikes, for instance, or a bite. Like if I have Lycanthropy active that has a bite attack or like a claw attack, I can now use Nick with those unarmed weapons, so I can make 2 claw attacks, or I could do a bite, stuff like that. Super fun. So yeah, I like picking up Nick. Okay, level, and then we had, where's our Scion? Scion of 3. We had Dread Allegiance and Bloodlust, Bloodthirst. Thank you. Yeah, when enemies within 30 feet, you get the teleportation effect. We did that already. Okay, cool. So now we're on level 9, which is going to be, what, Strike Fear? Now it's called Strike Fear. How did it work? When you channel Intimidating Strike. Ooh. Hey, look at that. Wait. We don't get Intimidating Strike until 13. That's broken. When do we get it? We get that feature at level 9. And Intimidating Strike is 3rd rank. So I need to swap Life Stealing Strike with Intimidating Strike. So let's do that. Again, I haven't looked at this since they rebuilt it, so this is what it used to be like. This is the changes that we're making. So what was the rule? When we use Intimidating Strike, which we just got access to, your power die increases by one size up to a max of D12. Holy shit. So instead of being a D6 and causing fear, it now is a, well, at level 9, it'd be a D8. It'd be a D10 instead of a D12. In addition, you have advantages on attacks against creatures with a frightened condition. And is that what this does? Terrify. You gain the following cunning strike options. Terrify. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or it has a frightened condition for 1 minute. While the target is frightened in this way, you have advantage on your attack rolls against it. The frightened target repeats the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself if successful. And we gave ourselves Intimidating Strike. What do you think Intimidating Strike does? Might it cause somebody to be afraid and then get a saving throw at the end of each of their turns to end the effect? Could be. Let's find out. Go down to our strikes. Intimidating Strike is 3rd rank. Your weapon can deal psychic damage and increases damage by 1 power die per mana channeled. The creature is frightened of you until it can no longer see you or you are incapacitated. The creature can attempt to end this effect by succeeding a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of their turns. Oh, how about that? What a big shock, right? So, Intimidating Strike is automatically in this character's kit. When I do a sneak attack at 9th level, I would deal 5d6 damage, right? Or I can use my Cunning Strikes and deal, Cunning Power. And with Intimidating Strike, instead of dealing 3d8, it deals 3d10. 3d10, 5d6, same difference. They're afraid nonetheless. All I had to do with this power was increase the damage size. So it's a d10 at 9th level. It'll be a d12 at 17th instead of a d10. So Intimidating Strike and Martial Strike are always my best strikes for the Rogue, Scion of 3, when I'm dealing sneak attack, if I don't want to just deal sneak attack damage. There we go. And then Aura of Malevolence. Is that still here? Aura of Malevolence. How did it used to work? You radiate malignant power associated with one of the Dread 3. I can get rid of the flavor text. Thanks.
3, Bob's your uncle.
At the start of each of your turns, each creature of your choice within a 10-foot emanation originating from you takes damage equal to the max rank of power gained as a rogue. The damage type is the same as the damage resistance granted by your choice in the Dread Allegiance feature. Damage dealt by this aura ignores resistance. The aura is inactive while you have the incapacitated condition. And if we were to couple this with Thicket of Pain that we just looked at, say at 13th level, we could put 4 mana into Thicket of Pain to automatically deal 2d8 damage, and it will be whatever type of damage that we want. And like say it's Merkle, which is Necromancer damage. So it would be 2d8 necrotic damage to everyone around us. And with this kicker effect, it's now also going to be equal to your max rank of power. So it'd be 2d8 plus 4 damage with this feature. If I don't have Thicket of Pain, it's just 4 damage. Is that how it still works? When your blood... Ooh, wait, it's changed. You radiate malignant power associated with one of the Dread 3. When you use Bloodthirst and Teleport, each creature of your choice within 10 feet of either the space you left or your destination space takes damage equal to your intelligence modifier. The damage type is the same. Oh, I like that. Okay, and it kind of puts a silo on Bloodthirst, but it's only damage equal to your intelligence modifier. Let's do this. Let's do it this way. When you use Bloodthirst and Teleport, each creature of your choice within 10 feet of either the space you left or your destination, your choice, takes damage equal to 1 power. Equal to the max rank of power gained as a rogue. The damage type is the same as the damage resistance chosen by your Dread Allegiance feature. Damage dealt by this aura ignores resistance. Nice. Okay, that still couples with Thicket of Blades, but I just have to teleport and then they'll take the damage effect in the land. I'm still pretty good with it. It's still fun. I'm just going to comply with the rules that they built because I'm okay with it. Final power, 17. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, so last power, and then we're done for the day. Dread Incarnation. How does it list currently? You gain the following benefits. Battle Tyrant. Creatures that are frightened of you save against the effect to end it with disadvantage. And Murderous Intent. When you roll the sneak attack damage, you can treat a roll of 1 or 2 on the die as a 3. You regain 1 expended use of... Oh, Battle Tyrant is gone. Choose creatures that are frightened, save. Cutthroat. You regain 1 expended use of Bloodthirst when you finish a short rest. Well, we already gave them back to you on a short rest. We gave you lots of them back on a short rest, and I'm fine with you having those. So that means all expended uses, you can use this reaction a number of times equal to the max rank of power gain as a rogue, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. You regain 1 expended use by expending 2 mana. Let's do it this way. What's it called? Cutthroat. I'm good with this change. Hold on. Cutthroat. Check this one out, period. You can you regain 1 expended use of Bloodthirst when you expend 1 mana instead of 2. Half cost. Let's change that language. You can now regain 1 use of Bloodthirst by expending 1 mana instead of 2. As an exploit. Which means I can generate mana to get additional uses of Bloodthirst. And how does Bloodthirst work? When an enemy you can see within 30 feet of yourself takes damage and is bloodied after taking that damage but not killed outright, you can take a reaction and teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within 5 feet of that enemy. You can make 1 melee attack. You can use this reaction a number of times equal. Let's kick it. You can now regain 1 use of Bloodthirst by expending 1 mana as an exploit. When you use Bloodthirst, the bonus attack is made with advantage, so you can automatically sneak attack with it. And you can now regain 1 use of Bloodthirst by expending 1 mana. You can now regain 1 use of Bloodthirst by expending 1 mana has an exploit, which means I can generate mana to produce it. So I could sacrifice my movement to generate 1 point, well, at this level 2 points of mana, to gain 2 uses of Bloodthirst back if I wanted to. That's gonna make it just completely spammable. And we're getting sneak attack at advantage when we teleport in. Pop. There you go. That's gonna make him super fucking deadly. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. And I can spend, at 20th level, I can spend 4 mana to make it automatically crit to deal 10 extra dice of damage. Love it. Okay, cool. So that's the Scion. And that puts us at the end of the Faerun subclasses. We've cleared our plates. I'm gonna fix the vanishing off screen. I'm not gonna bother you guys with it. But that finishes that plate. So on Tuesday, the Artificer subclass is available to non-subscribers like myself. So that means I'm going to have a special session on Tuesday afternoon to walk through the class features of the Artificer. And then next week on Saturday, we're going to go through the 5 subclasses of the Artificer and make sure they're rebuilt properly using the mana scaffold that we have built inside this system. The Artificer is already in here. After the Rogue, we have the Warlock. And then after the Warlock, with no intuition behind it, we have Artificers. And then we get into the full casters of, so we're going to rebuild this scaffold, make it compliant with the official rules for 2024. And then we'll go back in and we'll start rebuilding all of the subclasses. Super excited, guys. Oh, man, I love Artificer. That and the Divine Sorcerer are my 2 favorite classes to play. So that's it for now, though, guys. I'm going to be out of here. I'm going to be back Monday morning to continue doing Eberron adventure artwork that will be published on DMsGuild probably next month. And then Monday night, we're going to be back on. We're doing more Spelljammer. We're building the Mecha Kaiju expansion for our Spelljammer combat mechanics that use the 5e action economy at the 50 and 500-foot scale in giant ships and giant robots and giant creatures instead of the 5-foot scale that we use for normal characters. That's what's so cool about Spelljammer in 5e. I love it. And so we're going to build that out, and if we have time, we're going to work on some more settlements using the Bastion mechanics that we built for settlements and kingdom building. And then Tuesday morning we'll be back also, because Monday through Friday we do artwork in the morning for whatever book we're going to publish next. Monday and Thursday night, including Saturday, we do game design like this. But Tuesday will be a special afternoon. We're going to look at the Artificer, and then we're going to build all the subclasses on Saturday next week. Oh, man, I love this stuff. All right, guys, that's it for now. If you're new to the channel, God bless you for spending some time with me. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, so if you thought any of this stuff was cool and you want to watch me make artwork for all these books in the future, I'll be here for the next 2 years building out books and then illustrating them and then publishing on the DMsGuild. And at that point, I'm probably going to move into Patreon, building content there. With the mechanics that we've built on DMsGuild, we're going to expand on it, but little niche things don't really work well anymore on 5e, so we're going to do all that little niche stuff on Patreon. And we'll probably start doing Kickstarters to like making like an elemental themed martial mechanics book like this, using elemental magic instead of color magic. So that's it for now, guys. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys on Monday. Thanks a lot. I did this. I didn't flip you off just now. Sorry. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you next time. Cheers.